before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo, what's up, guys and gals? Welcome to the ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwe the Magical. This is PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split 2 Open Finals for Asia Pacific. So today is going to be a continuation of the Open Finals that started yesterday. So just like before, we're going to be having 5 maps to play through, and all 16 teams here, they're going to have a lot to play for, wouldn't they, Uwe the Magical?
Yeah, definitely another day for them to fight for, and 5 more rounds, 5 more maps. We will be seeing some of the repetitive, the same pool of maps, but to refresh everyone, the qualified teams for today that has been playing yesterday: Beta, Zero, Meteor, HG, Nitro, X, Demigod, Incognito, Demigod, the Glass 2 Jizz, the Biso Heaven, KHI Esport, Grims Esport, Genocide Team, M42C, Ravenclaw, Bayu Langit, Shaw Bay, Puma, X-Lab Esports, Raptor Jasper, ST-Boy Esports, and Ping Go Esports. This is the 16th team. We have seen them in action yesterday. We will see them today once again as they will be fighting for the title. But Victor Cax, let's break down the point system and give everyone a refresher.
Yeah, this is a system we're going to be using to measure everyone's performance here in this Open Finals. So, first place is going to net you 15 points, second place will net you 12 points, and third will net you 10 points. So that's a 3-point, 2-point, and 2-point split for first, second, and third. Then following that, for fourth place onwards, it's going to be a 2 split. So it's going to be 8 points, 6 points, 4 points, 2 points, then 1 solitary point for those in the 8 to 12 place. But if you finish 13 or below, then you're going to be getting 0 points for placements. But you can still improve your scores by getting some kills during the game, because each kill is going to be worth a single point. So today's matches, like we said, it's going to be 5 rounds. We're going to be going to Erangel first, and then to the dusty dunes of Miramar, and then to the dangerous tropical paradise of Sandhawk, and then back to the classical map of Erangel, and then back to Miramar once more to conclude this Open Finals.
Yeah, to conclude everything off, it's going to be the same set of map rotation. Yesterday, we have seen action pack from each map, and Victor Cax, I think I will have agree with you with your point yesterday that everything is down to the line, down to the detail. It's so hard to even get a proper prediction on which team might be able. We have seen how Pingle Esports, they are on a consistency without a chicken dinners, holding on to the second place, sitting on top. We have seen how Genocide is playing off. We do want to mention some of the players like Moscow, one of the players that is able to get 10 frag, a double-digit frag on the board itself. So looking at all these details, looking at all this information, The players alone, they are really stacked. The team itself, it's super stacked against each other, and it's so hard to differentiate who is able to take the lead and run with that, or who is fighting. We have seen so many teams making from the bottom cut towards the mid cut, and some of them is slowly up cut.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every single one of these 16 teams here, they have the potential to become the champion here. It's all just a matter of how they play out these couple of days. And if yesterday is any indication, we're going to be expecting to see Pink Gold Esports continue to be as aggressive as they are through a lot of these maps to just constantly rack up kills, and consistently place in the top ranks. But then again, you also got team like Genocide Team, which is just absolutely running away with the lead right now. I mean, getting a lot of points haul, not just from kills, but also from getting the chicken dinner at the same time. So I think that's the only part and ingredient that's missing from Pink Gold Esports at this point, that elusive chicken dinner. I think it's just going to be a matter of time before they are able to put a play together in order to get that chicken dinner. But until then, I think that's the only thing that's kind of holding them back in their pursuit to overcome Genocide Team.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And also talking about some of the teams sitting at the bottom, like some of the teams we were talking about KHI in round number 3, round number 2 and 3, that they are sitting at the bottom, and finally we have seen them get their own chicken dinner in round 4 and made themselves a threat on the leaderboard, climbing out a fairy tale indeed for them. But is there any other team that you think from the bottom cut and mid cuts able to repeat the same formula and bring themselves up? But we are in to today, match 1 of day 2. This is going to be interesting. The flight path from hospital all the way to Malta Power, crossing the map by the half. This could be a good start, a warm-up start if you want to say.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, going to be the first match of the day, so naturally, this is just an opportunity for the teams to stretch their legs a little bit to get themselves back into the rhythm of competition. But, we already, yesterday, we've already had opportunities for these teams to get a feel for the competition here. So this day is just going to be all about taking whatever you've already learned from yesterday and applying it all in full force. So look at this, Pink Gold Esports completely just going by another team there and not actually engaging them. And it might be a good call as well. I mean, straight into a tree he goes there. I don't think he actually planned to do that, but like I said, it's actually a good call to not go for the fight right about now, because you don't really have any utilities and you got no guns even, so why try to pick a fight when you're in no shape to try to take one? That's Ravenclaw Maginlayet getting a nice little shot there into one of the members of STY Esports. And I think Flassen might not be able to make it in time. That shot there. That's going to be Ryzen, who actually got a return shot onto one of those members of Ravenclaw. So it's a little bit of a battle that's starting to form here in Jojo Paul. But I think Raven is going to be just holding position here and just waiting to see if they can draw out any other members of STY Esport.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The first map, the first game of the day, and it is starting to boil up to temperature, because you see how Ravenclaw and STY they are in a pickle, going up against each other on a firefight in Jojo Pole itself. And just talking about today alone, this is just round 1. We have see how hot is the drop. We have seen like Pink Gold Esports just now, they were in a race just to get out of that hot spot. They dropped fairly early from the west coast towards the east coast, so they were dropping nearby Jojo Pole. And on the other side of Jojo Pole, Ravenclaw going up against STY. This is feeling to be a very, very heated day, because you can see all the teams, they really are fighting for the points and the placement. They definitely want to solidify themselves and climb up, because I feel like yesterday they might have relooked and readjusted their strategy. Today is the day that they have to put all they have, because there's no more day 3, there's no more another day for them to fight for. Today is the only day they have.
Yeah, I think for especially for some of the teams that are in the lower cards there that really have very little to lose, I'm expecting that the playstyle is going to differ a lot from the teams in the higher cards because, again, starting the day off really well is going to help set a good tempo for them to hopefully gain additional places up the leaderboard. So it all hinges on them being able to maximize every single round. So having a really good first round here is going to be absolutely imperative for some of those lower card teams in order to improve their fortunes from yesterday. But again, you don't want to be the team that necessarily bites off a lot more than you can chew. So you always need to balance it with what your team's own capabilities will be, and just again, it's all about maximizing your potential, maximizing your performance through these rounds, and getting the maximum amount of points that you can get, and just let everything else be in the lap of the gods.
Just talking about maximizing, we are looking at Puma X Lab. And Puma X Lab, round 5 alone, Mr. Joe and Chow James, they were able to clutch it, but it was so close, they can't finish it. This is a team I think a lot of other teams are looking at, and like definitely gonna feel the heat, because how each individual players they're able to hold up against a team, and just looking at the player skill, the skill cap of each individual from Puma XL is just quite scary to go up against for any other team.
But I think for Puma X Celeb, they have to always remember that they're no longer the new kid on the block, as it seems, because we got a lot more new challengers coming in season 2. You got bigger variety in strategies that Puma is going to have to just evolve and adapt accordingly. So, it's never going to be easy to stay on top. That's always the curse, as it were, when it comes to esports. It's always harder to maintain your position at the top rather than to actually make the climb. So teams like Puma X Celeb will no doubt be very, very familiar with that struggle. So hopefully that's alone will be able to provide them the necessary strength, really, when it comes to competing against some of these top teams here in Asia Pacific.
Definitely agree with you on that. But just talking about today, like starting the day, we do have a bit of confrontation, but after that, it dies down. Where do you think most of the team are they gonna, as you say, play a bit much more safer? But Satya sending some rounds down onto KHI. Rank it coming in. He will try to pop a nade. Can he land it? It will be going up, and nope, not much of damage dealt by Tatsuya, but he is alone. He's waiting for his backup coming in. The blue zone is coming in as well. Another need locked into the window. No connection for that, but he has to be a bit more careful. KHI does have 3 players in hand. Tatsuya has to be a bit more careful. He can fall back, but it will be in a danger. Oh, that nade was so close. Does chip his health onto half. But there is a player making a run, but it will be Demigod from the side of KHI. Tatsuya will go for the spray down, will not connect his shot, but a flank around coming in for H2R. This is going to be dangerous for Tatsuya. Tatsuya holding his ground. He will be able to survive for momentarily, but how long can it be as Shaw Pick comes in for the artillery support for the side of Shaw?
Gaio Gimak actually got a nice vehicular kill early on, and that's inside the safe area. But here's a problem for Shaw Bay. The longer they stay inside this blue zone fighting KHI, the worse it's going to be for them. They have to be able to end this as quickly as they can. Big Pick now trying to go ringing around Rosie, but gets himself knocked out in the process. H2R is taking a lot of damage as Gimag is going to be joining up with the rest of his teammates here to hopefully try to stabilize this fight. KHI tries to move forward, are going to be paying for it for your live his team as Gimag goes for another knockdown. Doesn't quite knock out Rankit though, but now focuses his attention onto his team teammates to try to get them revived, hopefully just in the nick of time. Now they are very much far out inside this blue zone here. The KHI successfully held their attention for so long that they're practically stuck inside this blue zone. Now only Rankit is left here, and Kayon Gimak really is wanting to get the revenge done here onto KHI. He tried to go through the lower stairs there.
Oh no!
Oh, gets knocked out before he can actually get to the second floor. Now his team is going to be piling up. Tatsuya tries to lead the way here, but Gimak needs a revive first. Big Pig holds position here. They know they have to completely corner, so they don't have to necessarily pressure him too much. They just have to watch out for grenades at this point. Shaw Bay has control over the lower floor, so they can just take their time in trying to get this assault done. But at the end of the day, they want to get Rankit's head. Big Pig still staying within sight here. Okay, finally, they catch Rankit as he attempted to try to sneak his way out from the window, but unfortunately for him, there was nowhere to run.
Wow, very good play from KHI trying to go on to the top dogs, but looks like Shaw Bay will be able to clutch it off and survive. And that means KHI will be the first team to be eliminated, sent back to the lobby, sent back to the thinking bot. Meanwhile, we are on board on Grims. They are in sight of Raftal Jasper. Raftal Jasper is on the other side of the compound area, but no shots has been freely fired yet from the side of Grims, so they are gonna hold as much as possible. Meanwhile, for the side of Raftal Jasper, they are thinking how are they going to approach this. They can go on towards the high ground to play this, but they are preferring to have the defense of compound. Much more safer, much more courage and defensive play. But Xfield is coming out from the side of Grims, so Grims, they might want to rotate. They are in the safety of the zone. Same goes to the side of Raftal Jasper. Guess this fight might just boil out and they might just venture to another safe point to be safe. But far distance, I think I do see another team. They might be interested in this confrontation.
Just might. That's actually Puma Exceleb just coming over the horizon there. So potential third party here, which only makes Grim's situation a little bit more complicated now. But I expect that Raftal Jaspers as well, they are just going to be holding station here and not going to be too interested in trying to overtake territory. After all, they pretty much are inside the safe area here, even with the next blue zone already crowding in. So Raftal Jaspers, you know, just to kind of bring back what you were asking early on the stream, is one of those teams that I really am hoping to see get a good result out of day number 2, because day number 1, I would say for them was very, very much lacking, especially when you consider how their performance was like throughout the entirety of split number 2. So Raftal Jasper is just one of those teams that, you know, despite having a good performance throughout the season, didn't really put it together when it comes to the open finals, and I think they're going to have to discover for themselves why exactly is that the case. You know, has there been a change that they haven't readapted to well so far, or you know, is their playstyle a little bit too outdated now, and do they have to actually re-examine and perhaps make some drastic changes? Who knows? Raftal Spurs for now, you know, they still have a long way to go, at least for today. But I'm hoping to see that they will be able to turn their fortunes around somehow. Now that next circle, ends up very close between where Jojo Pole and Hospital is. There's a river running right between that, so that might complicate things a little bit. The only thing is that the only team that seems to be on the northern side is Shaw Bay, so it seems like them getting in very early to the circle, already trying to set themselves up to have a huge tactical advantage towards the late game, though. They certainly are in a position to potentially set that up.
Yeah, just look at the circle itself for the next phase. It's just something that is gonna interest a lot of players to go in and migrate to the side of Jojo Pole, and look at the great migration just flocking to the new safe zone. But Mr. Joe will be able to take one down. Otto as well will be able to knock Freeze down. Grims sitting in a very bad position. They have to bunker down. They have to find a safe spot to be in. Asang will be able to make it out, but Pumax Lab chose the high ground, chose the high elevation, they have to be careful because the moment the circle moves, but they are practically in the middle of the circle. If it moves towards west, this is going to be a question on is it going to be an aquatic fight or is it going to be on a land? Because on the south side of Jojo Pole is a mass body of water. This due west of Puma Excellent current location, and this is going to be fairly a very interesting circle because it opens up into vast open area. And talking about Raptor Jasper, just gonna touch on this that they had two new players that they brought in for season 2. Odicle and Odimeister, they brought in, tried to change up the whole strategy, play a different game plan. But I agree with you. They performed well during the season, but coming into today's open final and even yesterday's open final itself, it just feel like they're kind of lacking on certain aspect. Not really sure from what, but I feel like they can make it towards the end, but holding on to the ground, they are not there yet. Solidified themselves as a very very challenging contender that can grab the chicken dinner from any other team.
It's quite a far cry from how their performance was like in season 1, because I remember Raftel
Mhm.
Jespers being quite tenacious enough and consistent enough to stay in the upper cards. So that's why I'm quite surprised to see that they're struggling this hard. Nevertheless, though, Genocide Team are one team that really has made a breakout success so far in this open finals. They are currently the leader in the leaderboard and are looking to try to maintain that position. Just that they need to get a good result here for today. Problem is for Moscow, he's already taken quite a lot of damage from being just around the outside. So hopefully their little scrap with Diverso didn't end up taking too much damage out of them so
Ooh.
far. But they're gonna have to watch out. At least at this point now, they are within the safety of the circle. They can probably gatekeep this bridge here, which represents the only bridge I think inside the circle between the river. So that's probably separating the northern and the southern side of this circle here, and it could be a very key strategic location that Genocide wouldn't want to let go of too soon. Now, Beta Vincero looks like they're going to be rolling in to join the party here. Coming in from the eastern side, they have a couple of vehicles and making them a very easy target here for Isel to try and shoot down. He's managed to get some damage done onto Cape, but hasn't been able to get any knockdowns on anyone else so far. Smoke's going to be popped here by Beta Vincero to hopefully stay well. A bit of pressure, but Genocide Team are not going to let go of that anytime soon. Meantime, Diverso, I guess they're just going to be watching over the proceedings. But look at that. Nitro X is also moving in onto the bridge at the same time. And it's providing some pressure that Genocide Team may not be looking forward to at this point. Diverso Heaven, in the meantime, are going to be popping some smoke. They are under pressure as well coming in from Beta Vincero. So it looks like the teams that decided to gatekeep this bridge are quickly finding themselves a little bit overcrowded at this point now that all the other teams are coming in. 14 still remaining as we enter this fourth circle.
Yeah, coming into fourth circle to answer your question on the zone, does it cover? It covers one bridge, but if I'm not mistaken, it covers the second bridge, but a very very small partial of it. If I'm not mistaken from vision, but looking at the amount of teams is in 14 teams, 49 players still in the game. I feel like Meteor HG, they're hiding on a high ground. They do have an AWM to play with. No, they are hiding in a compound area, so they can oversee in a vast open area, especially towards the two bridges that connects into Jojobo and east of Jojopo itself. So this is going to be a very strategic, and the circle, if it proceeds to hug between the two sections, it's going to be interesting to see how the late phase is going to be, because like which side will the final circle shrinks to, and that is going to be the answer. It's going to be rock paper scissors for a lot of teams to gamble between the south coast or the north coast itself. But team, they are quite spread out. I love one of team, they are hugging towards the bridge, managed to get two, but it's going to be a very very big gamble. We have seen how big gamble, especially in day one. On round one itself, we have seen Shaw Bay how they play it out. They gamble on the open area and they manage to get rewarded with the chicken dinner. Pingle Esports holding by the cargo area. They might want to start to move in towards the bridge, but has to be a bit more careful. Ravenclaw has already solidified themselves to be the camping team. There are the trolls under the bridge, as you can see. They set camp under the bridge.
Yeah, but the thing is that while they swim, they can't actually fire back, and Zhao Jie may actually take advantage of this right now as Raven is still attempting to try to swim around. He tried to get some shots there onto Pink Goal, but one member managed to slip by. Now Joel actually has a car inside. I don't think that was actually intentional on his part, and now he's actually facing a bit of pressure here from Zhao Jie as he attempts to get some shots in. Now he's gonna go ahead and drink up while he waits inside the car here. But this is looking like a very crowded bridge here as Puma X-Lab continues their assault. Zhao Jie comes out now, sends a grenade as well as his regards, but in the meantime, teams are just shuffling past this bridge, and Raven doesn't seem to be too effective at preventing any movement between both of these coasts at this point. Now, the thing is that the circle seems to be favoring the northern side, so that's going to force a lot of these teams that decide to stay out in the southern end of the circle to now move up northwards, and that actually giving a lot of strategic importance over the bridge right now. We've seen KNS Boy now sending some grenades down towards M42, who are joining in the center of the map here. KNS Boy now has to stand his ground, sending some grenades out in front here to hopefully get a knockdown, but so far M42 hasn't really taken too much damage on their own. The problem is that Pink Gold Esports has already gotten one person knocked down here, and that's Lancelot. KNS Boy can't quite get a revive done onto him quite yet. Queen Sugar is going to be coming around with the first aid kit here, and as M42 drops a couple of their own members here, looks like there's only one member of M42 left standing here, as King Taylor B is able to take down one of the members. Now he's trying to find the last member standing of M42. Can't quite see a lot through the smoke, unfortunately. He's going to try to re-link up with one of his teammates here to hopefully get him revived up, because it's going to be a lot better if you have a couple more legs here than just your own. But range at the moment, he's not able to get revived onto his own teammates. He sends a grenade in a very good position there. That does a lot of damage there and actually knocks down Taylor B. But Sir Lancelot does get his revive up just in the nick of time. In the meantime, Genocide team still locked in a battle here. Shaw Bay is actually starting to bring the hurt onto them. Super Kid is now coming on the back line here, but unfortunately can't quite find an opening here to try to get up to his teammates. Genocide, they have two members currently down. iCal, I'm nowhere to be seen on the screen at the moment, but Super Kid finally finds one of its members. I think that's Wency, and he's going to be able to get him revived up. XCal is going to be able to come in just in time to hopefully get a revive onto Moscow. This next circle is going to be coming up very soon. Which way is it going to land? It's probably going to be on the northern side here, or is it going to be on the southern side? Really, this is going to be a tense time now as these teams are going to be on a flashpoint here to decide which way they're going to be going to next. Genocide team are able to just keep their line up together. Whoa, look at that circle. It lands right on top of the bridge where Raven is currently camped in. Genocide team brings shots across the river there on the Puma X-Lab. Looks like they almost took down X-Auto in the process though. But with that circle looking to be right over that bridge, maybe Ravens might be having the last laugh in this instance.
Yeah, Raven playing below the bridge. I was just looking at the of the whole map and look at the amount of teams huddling by the bridge itself, and everyone, they are gonna make themselves towards the bridge. 25 players, 10 teams, but SK have to be a bit more careful. Beta on the west side of the bridge, Puma X-Lab on the east side. Diviso, Grims, Raven below the bridge. They are playing the swimming game. They are just gonna soak in as much as possible, but the shots being fired left and right. M42 trying to shot in. ST1 trying to come in. A buggy fall into the water from the bridge itself. Meteor HG is still pushing on, but they are gatekeeping Genocide. They have to figure a way how to approach this bridge. But the only roadblock they have is Meteor HG. Young locks out it on. Will he connect? Aika will drop down. Faye will collect that knock, but Super Kid and Moscow will be in the vicinity to bring him up. The next circle, please do not be in the water, because a lot of players there are just waiting and waiting it to be not in the water. But if it lands in the water, the only solution will be the boat. You can take onto the boat and shoot from that position, but it's gonna be a risky one. Okay, they are holding on. Fate still wrapping out his bandage, but in the smoke, with the cover of the smoke, he will be able to survive from the onslaught from Genocide. But Genocide already made that move towards the bank by the river. Meteor HG still holding on. M42C still by the compound. They are the only team in compound. They do have the support and the defense setup. They can hold on as long as possible, but we have to look at this fight. How does it break down? And the circle, this is just going to be an interesting opener for today. Zhao Jim will land his shot, but will not be able to knock anyone down. He will be consumed by the zone. He needs to make to the water. He is trying to
Oh,
heal
it's so
up. It will
hurtful.
not be enough. Oh my god, the tank will knock him. Oh no! Last second, taking a dip. This is all the players. They are gonna jump into the dip. But look at the next circle. It brings them up towards ground. Player from the water, they have to make their way to land. No water play to play with. It's just a part of under the bridge, but Super Kick Moscow has the high ground. They connect one. Can they get for more? Aika has to pop a match. Meanwhile, Genocide still have a 4-man squad.
Yeah, it's looking so crowded right now in the 7th circle.
Oh!
Super Kid now trying to mop things up, managed to get the shot down onto Joel. I think he should be able to get the kill as well if he can just keep his spray a little bit trained down onto him, then perhaps he can nail that kill. Finally, he does. Moves up forward. I think he might spot Triple F inside the water there, but he's more focused about who else right below the bridge there, because it could be easy pickings for Genocide team here. Can just find some good shots. Sending some shots through the water there. I think Raptel is also getting in on the action at the same time, while Genocide team is crowding around towards the circle here. They want to try to eliminate as many teams as they can from the water here, but the problem is that they cannot get too close lest they get part of the water as well. Look at the Meteor HG in the meantime, crawling their way towards the circle, coming in from the northern side. They should be able to maintain a good defensive line up here and hopefully use this grass to their advantage, but they got to watch out for Genocide team or just set up across the grass.
Moscow!
They managed to get a little knockdown there to take down Moscow. Not quite enough to get the kill, but enough to get Genocide team's attention right about now. Sending a grenade down that way. Are they going to be able to get a further knockdown? Doesn't seem to be so. Genocide team can still hold the position for now. Aikal is going to be moving up forwards here because he needs to provide some pressure onto Meteor HG's position, or else they may not be able to assault the way through the circle anytime soon. Super can continue to play clean up here underneath the bridge, but now his attention is a little bit split here because Genocide team is facing a lot of pressure from Meteor HG at this point, so he's going to have to clean up here as fast as he can. Super Kid now going for some shots, trying to clean up on the side here while his teammates attempt to try to hold their front lines. Genocide team really wants to try to get this final chicken dinner here, and they're really in a good position to try to do so. But they need to try to gatekeep pretty much everyone else who decides to stay inside the water. Super Kid tries it through, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get any kills anytime soon.
Yeah, this feels like fish in the water. Pool, Triple M swimming away to safety. Shots not connected. Super Kid is going fishing today. But remember, the reason why they drop a vehicle into the water so that you can get into the vehicle, you can plot a map, you can try to use some of your utilities, but in that sense, you are just sitting there. Super Kid just bagging onto that anyone goes into the vehicle, he will be able to spot out. But all the players, they are just trying to survive by swimming. The circle moves towards up onto the mainland. M42 making a push. Super Kid holding by the coast. He has to figure a way out. Range, lobbing another nade. Go land onto Moscow. No, it will not hit. But he is making advancement forward and forward. HG is out of the game. Means we have Genocide going up against M42C. Who will grab it? Oh no, that's one
Oh.
explosion by Moscow. Will be able to claim Super Kid. Can he claim that kill? We have to take a look, and there is a genocide. Collects the first chicken dinner for today.
Wow, I mean, talk about setting a dominant stage right now for Genocide Team, because this is going to solidify their position in the leaderboard right about now. But M42 having a really good haul, as well as Raftel Jespers, the teams that I really were in the lower card from day number 1 are starting to come into full form now in day 2. So hopefully this pattern is going to continue. But with Genocide Team having taken the first chicken dinner for today, they certainly are the team to beat right about now. And I think that before long, they're going to be way ahead of everyone else before the day is done. So congratulations to Genocide Team.
Yeah, totally agree. Genocide picking up another chicken dinner into the bag. This is going to be the first chicken dinner based on the results, and this is going to pull them apart and make a big lead. How close can Pink Gold Esports manage to capture, and can they retain their second spot on the leaderboard? This is going to be interesting to see when the standings and the result is out. But the play of the whole round, we have seen how many teams playing under the bridge just really want to play for survival. Let's take a recap and let's look at what just unfolded in the first round.
Yeah, as we saw early on, I was expecting to see some teams who try to play a little bit more aggressive, some teams to kind of like play a lot more tactical. But it seemed like chaos was pretty much apparent from the get-go. I mean, we got KHI trying to get a little bit too close for comfort with Shaw Bay. Then we get Diverso Heaven getting themselves in a little bit of trouble here against Beta Vincero. And Pink Gold Esports, surprisingly, I didn't really see much of a presence from them when it came to this round. It seemed like they got eliminated quite early on, and unfortunately were not part of the festivities towards the end, which is kind of disappointing, especially given that Genocide Team were pretty much able to bring the fight all the way to the end of this entire game here and set themselves up in a very good position to take the chicken dinner towards the end. And even though we had some stellar performances from some of the other teams here, like Meteor HG, Ravenclaw, ST Roy, these guys unfortunately were not able to capitalize too much on their positions, because by the time we got to this stage here, that circle unfortunately didn't end up on top of the bridge. It ended up a little bit northwards, which unfortunately led some of the teams who decided to take to the water a little bit in a disadvantaged position. But then again, that's just the luck of the draw, I think. These players put the chips on the table, on the roulette table, and unfortunately it didn't quite land on their square this time around. So tough luck, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, definitely tough luck for all the players. That is just the appetizer, the starter for today. That was just round 1 or round 6 in overall. For today, we just started on Erangel. We will be preparing and building up the next map that is going to be on Miramar. Is going to be very interesting as we will jump into the sandy dunes of the whole desert area. But before that, we will be taking a short break. We will take a breather and we will catch you guys in a bit.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready
still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Katz. Joining me here is the Magical. This is Open Finals Day number 2 for PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split 2 Asia Pacific. So we just witnessed our first match that was on Erangel. Now we're going to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So I think that there was only one question to ask this point. Where do these teams stand after these few maps here? Because after having brought over the points from yesterday, I'm pretty sure that the team's going to be raring to see how they are going to be performing for today now, given that we're going to be seeing the leaderboard very soon, aren't we, with the Magical?
Yeah, definitely would love to see the leaderboard, what will happen, what have happened, but just want to touch a bit. We are going to Miramar, but put that on hold. We are jumping into the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the current standing. Who is still sitting on top? I do believe it will be Genocide, and it is Genocide with 106 points, holding on to the lead with 2 winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Pingo Esports still holding on to the second spot. Puma X Lab, they have moved themselves up to the third spot, and Diviso Heaven clinching onto the fourth spot with the 52 points. Meanwhile, Puma X Lab has 59 points. Ravenclaw, Banyu Langit holding on to the fifth place with 51 points, followed by the Malaysian team Meteor HG with 47 points. Shorbet still struggling in the top 8, but they still able to hold out on the 7th place with 46. Meanwhile, making up the top 8 will be for M42C with 43 points on the 8th place. On the 9th place, we have seen Raptor Jasper. This time they are climbing slowly but surely. They are trying their best to meet into the top 8 itself. Beta Win Zero on the 10th place with 38 points, just 1 point ahead against Grim's Chosen. Grim's Chosen, they do have 37 points in the back, but they are still holding on to 11th place. 12th place goes to KHI Esports. They do have a winner chicken dinner in the back for themselves as well, with 33 points holding on to that. 13th place will be Demigod Incognito with 27 points. Meanwhile, on the 14th place, the sister company will be Demigod Glass 2 G's with 24 points, and making on the bottom 2 will be STY Esports with 16 points and Nitro X with 15 points. So that is up to date of the points. But just talking about the next map, talking about Miramar, we have seen how some of the teams, they perform, they hold out and they try the best to play the open area. We have seen the trend where a lot of teams made it into the circle. The first team who missed it into the final field phase of the circle, they kind of solidify themselves to be a very top dog where they control the tempo, they control the pace of how teams move, and they kind of dictate how every player has to force to play with.
Yeah, naturally, if you are in a very advantageous position in the circle, whether it's you're in a good piece of cover or you're actually having a good high ground, which provides you a lot of visibility, those kind of positions give you the opportunity to take control of fights. Because not only are you able to dictate how and when these assaults are going to happen, but you can respond very quickly to any kind of attacks that are going to be coming from your opponents. So coming into this next map, having seen the leaderboard here, I think what's striking to me is that you can see there's a huge amount of teams that haven't really gotten a chicken dinner, but yet are still in that the top card. You can see from
Mm-hmm.
second place all the way to sixth. None of those teams have picked up a single chicken dinner quite yet. But despite that, they've racked up so many kills. They've been so consistent in their placement that they're still within touching range of where Genocide Team is. So naturally, I think at this point now, Pink Gold Esports definitely has a better chance compared to everyone else, simply because
Mm-hmm.
they're just a lot closer to Genocide Team when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
the amount of points. But still, I kind of feel that if Genocide Teams drops one of these maps in these coming four, that definitely is going to open up the door for anyone to overtake their lead. So even though they have done very well, I think for day number 2 to really start things off very, very well, it's definitely going to be so much easier from them this point onwards, because all they have to do is now just maintain the position on the board. They don't have to necessarily take as many risks as some of the other teams would have to, but now it's just going to be all about maintenance. So they got
Mm-hmm.
4 more maps to play here. They've definitely got the biggest target painted on their backs compared to all the other teams here. So certainly that could be a good recipe for anxiety, or perhaps for Genocide Team, they may be confident enough that they might just look at this as a challenge for them to go ahead and overcome.
Yeah, challenge for believe they are a team that is super stacked, because looking at the lineup, you have Moscow bringing in the firepower, you have the other three supporting that is able to put down suppressing fire on the enemy itself. It's going to be really hard for any one team to go up against Genocide Team. But just talking about teams all together trying to go onto Genocide, it's going to be really, really hard. But we have to take a look how it's gonna unfold. We'll be going into match number 2 in Mirama. Victor, I believe I want to test out your prediction, since that you predicted the last circle, the last map for yesterday. Let's see, do you still have the magic touch to kind of see where this circle will land for the first phase?
I think the last time I predicted it was gonna land northwards.
Mhm.
This time around, I don't know. I'm feeling like it's probably gonna land coastwards, probably to the eastern side, south. Maybe even down further to the south, closer to where the islands are. But I don't know. I'm thinking that this circle is gonna touch the water somehow, somewhere on this map. So how's that enough for an answer?
I'll take that. I'll take that. But we have to see the circle god. Does he favor and make the prediction for Victor Cax? It will, as I think you'll be saying about touching onto Impala, a bit of Junkyard, Al Azhar, some part of Graveyard, but circle on the wall. It will go south. It will touch Impala, but I feel 30% is water.
I don't know. Maybe it might just be enough for a passing grade, I guess. I don't know. That's certainly one of my weaker predictions, that's for sure.
But just looking at the circle, just judging from the circle itself, 30% of it is water, and like the circle, it favors more of a south of Mirama. And talking about the south part of Mirama, it has a very steep slope, has more vegetations, more trees, and more of an urban area of a fight. Do you think the players will adjust based on this information for now, or do they want to take that gamble and go for, it might go up north, it might go up to an open area, and they might go for uh, itinerary of weaponry for long range and open fights?
I think for at least the early stage of the game, it may not affect them that much. Now, certainly they will definitely take note of that right off the bat. So, certainly by the time they get to the second or third circle, I think by that point the teams will have a much better, clearer picture of how this match is going to shape up. But I think for the early game, most of the teams are just mostly concerned about their firing paths, really, just making sure that they can gather as many health kits and
Mm-hmm.
as find as much good armor and helmets or backpacks they could at this stage, because that's the thing that really matters at this point here. It's not so much going to be about planning ahead, because that kind of thing that naturally works its way into your gameplay as the round starts to progress. So at this point right now, I think the teams are just going to be settling into a regular rhythm when it comes to their farm, just trying to take stock of their weaponry and always prioritizing, always trying to see which weapon is going to be the best for the situation here, and hopefully be able to equip themselves well enough for that final circle.
Yeah, just looking in genocide, weaponry, firepower, they do pick up a couple of micro Uzi. They might be looking for some close quarter fight, but they do have a couple of UMP in 10 and a bit of Scar L and Scar H to play for the long range. But it's going to be very, very early to say for the side of genocide. They might swap out later on for a more of a long range fight. They do have pick up 8 times scope and a 16, if I'm not mistaken. I see one of it was a 16. But talking about genocide, Moscow, one of the key player with the support of Super Kid and Zwinsi Ika on the flank itself, it's gonna make things hard for any one team to go up against genocide. So players, they might want to be careful on how they're gonna go up for confrontation. They might want to pick for a third party. Ooh, hit. Almost getting himself knocked out of the bike if he go any way faster, and speak of the devil, he got knocked off.
Yeah, that's a little bit too close there, but luckily because of game physics, he still is able to keep himself standing on his 2 feet there. But not sure he wants to try that again, that's for sure. This is Demigod's last 2 Jizz we are driving together with at this point. Just wandering around the junkyard. This could be a good area to find good loot if timing is right. Thing is, I think that Sujiz is in the area where there are no other teams farming within their vicinity, so pretty much they have an entire sector for themselves. STY Esport also has a whole village to themselves here, and they are looking pretty stacked when it comes to their farm. I mean, there's 4 health kits here onto Ryzen. I can imagine that everyone else pretty much have health kits on their own, and yeah, there's already 3 here onto Shabazz. So yeah, I think by the time we get to this final circles, we're going to be seeing teams that are fully farmed and fully equipped, having plenty of grenades, plenty of smokes to play around with. And that certainly might shape up to become a very chaotic final circle here, I expect. Ooh.
Chaotic final circle, I believe it will be, but it's interesting to see this time. Normally, whenever we visit Miramar with STY, we do get a glimpse of M42 in the vicinity, try to challenge the same drop, and it looks like M42 is nowhere in sight on Hacienda itself, and believe M42 they might have chosen a different drop point, and STY they definitely have a good farm because they are uninterrupted just farming in Hacienda. They will make them move towards a better placement, but Grims, they need to exfil. Free has to make a run for it as there goes the convoy of Demigod. The Glass 2G shots getting popped off from the side of Demigod, and Jax MP, you want to go for the retreat of Solix almost getting knocked down. That's gonna hurt Solix a lot in the early stage because he has to use a lot of utilities just to bring himself up. Change of armor, change of helmet itself. Oh, Demigod, the Glass 2Gs, they are thinking about this confrontation against Greens.
trying to regather their strength here. Grims, though, they're going to be repositioning themselves quite rapidly as they can because they have a couple of vehicles to use here. So it looks like they will be exfilling instead, though, as they peel away from this battle here. They're not going to be pursuing any further threats here. So they're just going to be patrolling around the border of this next circle, I suppose. So it's going to be Circle 2 coming up very, very soon here. Grims are able to stay out of trouble here with nary a scratch on their skin, and probably will continue to terrorize some other part of Miramar at this point now. Well,
Yeah.
16 teams still remaining, and it looks like early game is pretty slow here on round number 2.
Yeah, pretty slow. Most of the team, they really want to migrate early on towards the south coast. And look at Grips, they are making their way down south from Impala. It's going to bring them from the east coast. So when they swing by towards the south, they have to be careful of the urban houses. They have to be careful of structures because could be some team ready camping and waiting, but Raven will be able to take one explosive knock onto Oof. That's going to be a big oof for the side of Beta Vencera because that's a bad confrontation, as I do feel Ravenclaw has set up camp somewhere in the map. But Grips, they will continue farming up. They have a fairly good utilities in the back, but I don't see much of a very long fight weaponry. They do have a car, they do have some M4 and AK in hand, but I don't see something that can provide suppressing fire or close range. But the circle continues to move south. It covers the whole city of Los Leones and most of the south coast of Miramar.
Yeah, one thing you got to consider, because of the amount of water that the circle encompasses, the amount of land actually is quite significantly less than you'd think because of that. So that's one thing that the team's going to have to contend with later on as they approach this final circle here, because there may not be enough land to actually run around by the time to get to that point. Nevertheless, though, Beta Vincero continues to struggle their way from the northern side. It seems they may have gotten into a little bit of an encounter here on the hillside. Now they're going to be focusing the way of getting downhill here and hopefully out of the way of some of the threats that are going to be littered all over this circle right about now. But it seems that they're going to be carving a decent path for themselves. M42, in the meantime, having some monkey business going around here, it seems. While they set themselves up by the side of the road, I think they might actually be able to set up a good ambush position here if they could actually gatekeep successfully into the zone. But I'm not too sure where the circle situation is in relation to M42 at this point. There's a team that's actually close by, which is ST Roy, and they seem to be passing by quite peacefully at this point, and I don't think they're quite ready or aware of a potential setup here by M42. But it seems that M42 decides not to pursue that at all. Shots gonna be fired though. Genocide team seems to have bumped right into where M42 is set up here, so grenades are going to be sent out right now to try to meet this threat. But it looks like Genocide team has just stirred the hornet's nest.
Yeah, supports coming in from the side from Moscow. Vinci left and right, but Viv, he's beaming on the M4. Will be able to connect his shot, knocks down Vinci. Moscow has to figure a way. Moscow got knocked down as well. Could this be the downfall of Genocide? They were on a streak, but this time the big target, as you were saying before we start the game, this is on them. Super Key is the next one to knock. That means one more player is left to the side of Genocide. It will be Aikal, and Aikal, he's the Lone Ranger. He's the sole survivor for the side of Genocide. He will be making his way, exfilling. No hopes for the rest of the players from the side of Genocide. M42, the Hornet Nest has been stirred and it has been cleared off at M42. They are standing tall looking at the loot boxes.
Those are 3 very impactful kills for everyone else on this map right now because, oh my god, with Genocide's team's chances of making it to the final fight cut in 4 quarters here, I think it's safe to say that the door is very much wide open for someone else to try to challenge for the lead in the leaderboard. So, my goodness, things are certainly going to be heating up from this point on, that's for sure. Well, Puma
Yeah.
X Celeb currently right on the border of the circle here. I'm blocking a little bit of a battle against Raven Claw, Bangyu Langit. It's Auto now trying to explore a way out of this position here, while SC Warrior getting fired upon by Mr. Joe out from a distance. Doesn't seem to be landing too effectively though, so Mr. Joe is going to have to reposition himself. But no doubt with teams having been looking at that kill feed and seeing Genocide team getting absolutely slaughtered here, I think that's probably giving a little bit of a smile on their faces right about now, I expect, as they anticipate this final fight. Coming into this third circle right about now, I think Pink Gold has just scored a good kill against one of the Demigods teams there. And yeah, it looks like they're bringing the hurt onto Nitro X as well, as Demigod Moon from the last Suji is currently spotting a migration going on from Nitro Squad as they try to get across the dunes here. Seems they managed to catch out Magma, and one of their members are going to be going down there just to try to finish him off. So no mercy going to be shown at all from Demigod's last Suji. Who else from Nitro X might be on the board here? It seems like they're going to be standing in position here trying to return fire while Magma is able to exfil himself out of that position somehow. It seemed like it wasn't quite a knockdown. It was more like he lost mobility on his vehicle and then unfortunately got stuck in position. But the rest of Nitro, they're going to be holding position right down by this cliff here, and I don't think they're going to be looking to pursue anytime soon. So looks like it's going to be every man for himself unless Sure X is going to be able to set up something to hopefully allow Magma to rejoin the rest of his squad.
Yeah, just talking about the Southern Coast, this is the elevation. This is going to be the problem that a lot of teams are going to face. The very, very steep and open wide field for them to fire on. And just look at how Demigod these last 2 Gs just played out. They had the super high ground advantage. They had the whole side. They are able to see down to the valley. STY caught in a pinch caused by the back. There is a couple of teams by the front. It screams the team that moved due south from Impala. STY, they will bunker down to this few houses. This is the vegetation's area on Miramar. It's going to be on the south coast. If the circles keeps on moving down south, it's going to be more cover. It's going to be much more of a difficult fight compared to your normal standard Miramar. As we have seen a couple of Miramar maps, we have seen a couple of games that is up in the open, couple of hillside fight, but this is going to be a different ball game, and it is moving back up. So whoever got caught down south, they have to make the climb towards the north. And Genocide, Aika, look at Aika. He's the only player. He is gonna solidify himself. He's gonna be the biggest red for the team to just survive, just for the placement point. I think the placement points is the best thing that they can go for. He can't go for the Hail Mary of getting the chicken dinner. That is going to be against all odds for the side of Genocide, but could be that chance if they can rat it out. But it's going to be really, really hard because we still have 16 teams. We're already in phase number 4. 56 players still in the game. Kaio Hima has been knocked by the play zone. Kaio has to figure a way to be safe by them. Oh, looks like ST Voice team will be able to find an M249. They will send some shots up here. No connection, but Pleasant will have to regroup and push into the safe zone.
We're already seeing shots being fired all around there as Puma X Celeb seeks to try to gatekeep some of the teams that are starting to approach this border on the circle, but a lot more shots being sent by the team in gray there. I believe that's actually Demigod's the last 2 Gs who are currently locked in the battle with Nitro, who they did shoot upon early on, and it looks like they are continuing to bring some good shots onto Nitro as they got a couple of knockdowns just like that. So we are also seeing ST Warrior starting to make maneuvers into the heart of the circle right now. They managed to wrap themselves around the northern side of where Puma is at the moment, and we can still see Boy is attempting to set up a smoke as well to try to solidify his position here. But it's going to be a very shaky
Oh,
defense
no.
here, at least until things start to heat up a lot more. Ryzen now gets his position completely spotted here as KHI Esport move in from the eastern side. Now Ryzen is going to be able to set up a smoke here because he has to watch his backside that's completely left exposed here while KHI continues to move up against him from the southern end. Ryzen finding himself in a very precarious position here is probably going to have to wait for support from his teammates here before he's going to be able to exfil out, but already he's taking some damage. He gets spotted from the sidelines there by Demigods, so I think Ryzen's position is starting to look very, very shaky at this point. I think he needs to find a way to exfil out, and indeed he picks up a car and now rejoins the rest of his squad.
Yeah, Ryzen is gonna trap on into safety. He's gonna regroup, gonna be playing a bit more safer, but Shiba might be able to spot out auto, but Ryzen gets another knock. This is by the team who set the Hornet Nest. It is M42. They have the sight set on ST Boy huddling in the garage. The Sand gets knocked. Ryzen gets knocked. K2 Boy and Shiba will be the only two survivors of the Void. They are holding on. And 42 still putting down some shots. Another team is joining in. There will be a third party and a fourth party coming in. It will be Raptor Jasper from the east coast. They have their sight set. And oh wow! The circle moved towards north, and look at Aikal. He is just hoping and batting and playing the Russian roulette with the circle.
Yeah, Aikal is literally playing the scariest game of survival horror right now because he's surrounded by all sides by 13 squads who are out for blood right about now and are continuing to draw blood here. I think he might have forced Tetsuya down on the ground here. K2 Boy looks like he gets the kill there onto one member of KHI Esports, and looks like he's seeking to try to find another target for his rifle here. X Auto is going to be moving up position here to try to hopefully bring some pressure onto SD Boy Esports, but so far hasn't quite landed any shots onto them. Zhao James sends a grenade up there in order to try to keep some pressure going while he rejoins the rest of his squad here by the village, but the high ground is pretty much where a lot of the teams are camped up in, and unfortunately the blue zone already swamping that position. That's forcing a lot of these teams now to reposition themselves. X Auto currently tries to hold a good front here. M42, what are they up to at this point? Looks like one of the members got themselves knocked down, so Dragon is going to try to get a revive here and shoot out the smoke. It seems that M42 managed to get themselves within the zone right now as the other teams start to pile in one after another. So it's starting to get a little bit crowded here in this fifth circle. I expect it's going to get a little bit more crowded until the herd gets himself thinned out. Dragon now bursts out of the smoke to try to gain some control over the southern tip because other teams are starting to come in. It's going to be absolutely vital for M40 to gatekeep as many teams as it can before they enter this circle here, but if they cannot hold this position becomes way too untenable. M42 has to find a way to exfil.
Yeah, M42 have to exfil carefully because they are sandwiched and surrounded by enemies. High culture holding on, but we are on the side of Pingo Esport. They are going up against the team of Meteor Heiji. You see one knock onto Fabe. KNS Boy, oh, so close. Almost got a knockdown from that. May still survive. He wants to finish off Faye, and Faye will be picked off by KNS Boy. He will try to lock down a nade. Can he connect onto Kai and Young? Young gets brought down by a nade by Queen Sugar. They are just throwing in the utilities. This is the utility game. You can see Solix fall down to his death, but another nade comes in. Kai still surviving. Oh, so close, but if this push move on, Meteor Heishi could be eliminated. Shaw is the one that is making an exfil. He knows Kai and Young might not be able to survive this onslaught. Pingo Esports still on chugging the nades. Young should be out, and that will be solidifying that Young Gravestone will be cremated. Kai making a run, gonna back up to his teammate. Pingo Esports on the other hand will back up as well. Icon is gonna be a spectator just watching, and the next circle still covers him. The next circle is just in favor of Icon for the last 3 days. What luck does this boy has? He's just holding on,
Oh.
but look at the infiltration of M42.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think his luck is about to run out because M42 is starting to store in the warehouse that he's holed up inside. So, wonder if he's got a nice little hiding spot because he's gonna need to stay out of M42's sight for as long as possible. Dragon is still around the outside though, trying to scan around and see what the motions are for the other teams inside the circle. I mean, it's still very much crowded here with 8 teams still vying for that chicken dinner. Tyler Saab is going to try to get some shots out from the outside. Range in the inside though still holds up and continues to scan around to see if he can spot any more additional loot. So thereby just completely stepping by where Aikal is completely. So I don't exactly see where Aikal is at this point. It seems like he's able to stay himself out of trouble completely. Just staying completely silent here while M42 continues to take over the rest of this building. But really their attention is focused on the outside where a lot of killing is starting to happen because Raptor Jesper is finding themselves in a very precarious position right on the outside here. Looks like they tried to go for the loot box, but that's actually becoming an invitation for a lot of the other teams to start to rain bullets on Raptor Jespers because it's going to be too easy to shoot them from any kind of angle here inside this circle because you got Raptor Jespers literally in the middle of the circle and all the other teams literally surrounding them. So I don't know what kind of possessed the Raptor Jespers to make the decision to go out the outside, but I think that's going to start to bite them in the back right about now. This next circle is going to be coming up very soon, and I'm going to be very curious to see if that circle continue to bring a lot of luck onto Aikal's position here. I think the luck should run out right about now. Yep, indeed, that circle lands all the way outside, but fortunately enough for Raptor Jespers, it actually lands up quite close to where their position is. So maybe they can take advantage of that after all the loot crate landed quite close by to them. But the problem is, like I said, they're exposed in all different directions here, so they can't really move out of position here. The only thing they could kind of do is respond to anyone who decides to move in close to that circle.
Yeah, just to let you know the position of Aika, he is by the rooftop nearby the dock. It's more towards the north side, but put down Hopefield, shooting down range. Can he connect? Will not be able to connect. Kyler on the other hand tries to lob a nade. They are making advancement towards the circle, and one of the players is actually nearby the position of Aika. M42. They do not spot Haika, they do not flush out that red, and Aika leaves another moment for genocide. This is going to be the longest survival for him, but M42 making a push onto Raptor Jasper. That's one, that's two, that's a total clean sweep onto Raptor Jasper. And look at Aika still staying on the rooftop, but the blue zone is gonna hurt. It's gonna be painful. Aika popping the mats. This is 4 team left. Genocide M42. We do have Diviso Heaven and should be one more team. It will be Meteor HG. 4 teams, 9 players. Shaw will be targeted. Aika finally gets elimination. Genocide is out. 3 teams left. This is the final few phase. Diviso and Meteor HG and 42C.
Yeah, see 2 members of Heaven, 2 members on G. M42 still has 4 members technically, but Dragon is down and he's bleeding out at this point. Looks like Shaw got himself knocked down, so HG is down to 1 person, and that's Kai, who's currently on all 4s trying to crawl his way to his 42. who currently stands as the team with the best potential of ranking the chicken dinner. He just had to watch out because Kai got a nice little knockdown on the Kaler and forcing him out of the way now. M42, another member of Meteor HG, around the corner here. They just can't spot exactly where the shots are coming from. So Kai is going to be able to manage, but no! Finally, he gets spotted by few, and that's going to bring an end right out to Meteor HG's little run there. And a final shot there, I think, by M42, but it sealed the deal, and yes, it did. M42 takes the chicken dinner in map number 2 ahead of Diverso Heaven, ahead of Meteor HG. Genocide team, despite getting wiped out very early on, still takes the 4th spot, and that's still a lot of points being hauled up for them. Raptor Jaspers in 5th, KHI in 6th, Demigods Latuges in 7th, then we got Pink Gold Esports in 8th, Puma X Lab in 9th, Ravenclaw Banyu Langit in 10th place, then we got Grims in 11th, ST Roy Esports in 12th, Demigods Incognito in 13th, then we've got Shaw Bay in 14th, Beta Vincero in 15th, and Anti Nitro. They unfortunately are in 16th place. That was map number 2 here, and congratulations yet again to M42.
Congratulations to M42. This is their first chicken dinner. Will be on round number 7 on the Rama. What a play by them. Just looking at the amount of kills they have, that is just pure on domination. M42, they did their best. They set up a lot of trouble. They set up a lot of ambushes, and they are standing tall and holding on to the victory. Their first winner chicken dinner, definitely something that they should celebrate. But there's 3 more maps to go, and that 3 more, can they capitalize on that? But let's take a look at the recap for match number 2 for today.
Yeah, I certainly think that is very possible and doable on their front. It's just that they need to find repeat performances like these in order to try to increase their chances. I don't think the N42 is too high up in the leaderboard at this point. So even with this chicken dinner, I think they still have quite a lot of effort required before they're going to be able to challenge the likes of Pink Gold Esports or even Team Genocide here. But I think at this point now, you know, whatever points you can kind of get, you're just going to have to take it. And I think M42 having worked so hard since yesterday and finally found a good round for themselves here. So here's hoping that we'll be able to repeat this performance. But looking at the way some of the other teams have played in this round here, I just can't help but feel that a lot of these guys basically try to save up a lot of their power all the way until the final fights, and that's actually led to, you know, the final circle ending up to become such a huge chaos when it came to the actual battles themselves. I mean, you've got so many teams finding themselves caught out in the middle, like Raptel Jaspers. You got Meteor HG, you know, having been caught on the outside, had to fight their way to get to his final circle, only to get cut down in their prime because M42 had the cognizance to actually move in through the north side, through the warehouse. So those kind of situational things here really played and reared its ugly head here in map number 2. So I think M42 did very well here to take advantage of the situation, really. And as a result, now they could be in contention when it comes to this leaderboard.
Yep, M42C, they put up a good fight. They put every single thing that they have. They set up the ambush, they set up the fight, they start the fight, and the first confrontation that they had was to eliminate Genocide. Almost eliminating Genocide, but they managed to take out Moscow, Super Kid, and Zwensi. That was a big blow for the side of Genocide. iCal tried to survive as much as possible, managed to get into the circle and lasted for quite some time, but got eliminated by the zone itself. But unfortunately, that is what happened in game number 2. We will be packing up our bags, bringing our sunblock and bringing our swimsuit as we will travel tropical island of Sanhok. So we'll be going for a short break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Guys and gals, welcome back to the ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwe the Magical. This is the Season 2, Split number 2, Open Finals for Asia Pacific for PUBG Mobile. So we've already witnessed a full rotation here, I gotta say, about PUBG maps. We started the day off with Erangel, where we saw Genocide Team take the chicken dinner. And the second map we saw Miramar, that's where M42 actually picked up their chicken dinner. And then the third map is going to be on Sandhawk now. So this is going to be a really interesting day, isn't it? Given that Genocide Team is still so far ahead, but we're already seeing some of these lower card teams actually come up into form, haven't they?
Yep, definitely this is going to be a lot more heated up as they move on to the tropical island. But let's take a look what has unfolded onto the standings after what just unfolded in Miramar. Genocide still holds on the lead on top with 115 points, even though getting the elimination by one of the three players. But following and creeping up, finally a team has toppled Pink Gold Esports. That is going to be M42C that is sitting on the second seat. Meanwhile, the third place goes to the hand of Pink Gold Esports. Both of them tying up with 77 points. That is a tie up, but the kill points was just 1 point in difference. And M42C has the winner chicken dinner in the back, giving them a better position. Sitting at the fourth place, it will be Diviso Heaven with 65 points, followed up by Puma X Lab with 62 points, and only 1 point in difference will be Meteor HG. Sitting at the sixth place. On the seventh place will be Virenclaw Bayu Langit with 55 points, and wrapping onto the top 8 will be wrapped out Jasper with 49 points, sitting at the 8th place. Bottom 8 itself will be starting off with the 9th place Shaw Bay with 48 points. They still have find their fixture, they haven't find their momentum yet, but the last 3 maps gonna be important for them to try to get into the mid card and even the top 8 itself. Sitting at the 10th place will be Green Chosen with 40 points, and following will be on the 11th spot Beta Vincero 39 points, 1 point away shy from Green Chosen spot, but they are also 1 point in the lead against KHI Esports, sitting at the 12th place with 38 points. This is just so close of a mid-card game. Sitting at the 13th spot will be Demigod the Glass 2 G's with 34 points, Demigod Incognito with 28 points, and the bottom 2, not much of a big difference, ST Void Esports with 18 points and Nitro X with 16 points. That sums up the bottom 2, but just looking at 8th place to 12th place, it's so close. 1 error of margin will just switch things up in the mid card. But just looking at the top second towards the 5th place. That is quite close of a gap as well. So we do have a mix-up. I believe the next 3 maps is going to be a determination for which team will be able to hold on to the position, hold on to what they have. Because thinking about chasing onto the top dog, thinking about chasing down Genocide is going to be a different story. But trying to hold on to their own position is going to be
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough because you got to consider that Pink Gold Esports has been very consistent in their placement points. So I don't think they're going to be letting go of that consistency anytime soon. So that's going to be something new for M42 to try to deal with here. But given that they're already done well enough to put themselves in this position in the first place, you know, I'm pretty excited to see how they're going to be able to proceed from this point on. But you're right in saying that, you know, with 3 more rounds to go here, really is all going to be about maintaining a position. So with M42 already successfully getting to here, I don't think though that they can really afford to play that kind of game. I think they still have to be very, very aggressive and very tenacious to maximize the point haul, because all it takes is for Pink Gold Esports to get an extremely good round plus a chicken dinner to instantly shut down M42's any hope of maintaining second spot. So it's still going to be a very competitive 3 rounds here for those guys in particular. Now for the rest of the card though, you know, I mean, you got Genocide team still having a very significant lead here, despite the fact that they kind of had a very bad round number 2 here today. I was quite surprised that they were still able to maintain a good position, but that's really down to Aikal being so sneaky in map number 2, still being able to stay alive all throughout to get the 4th placement point, and that was so crucial in maintaining the hopes for Genocide team to maintain their position in number 1. So hopefully they'll be able to continue to do that in the next few rounds here. But again, they still have that giant target on their back. Any of the teams, you know, that come together with them, spots them at any time, they know that if they can take them out, they open the door wide open on that leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be an all-out fight for all this team as they come into the tropical island of Sanha. We do see a lot of teams dropping out. This time, I really want to see how many teams are going to infest the waterhole of Painan. Once again, yesterday we have seen at least 4 teams in the vicinity. Will it be the same thing again? Puma Exolab, they love to choose to go for Painan. Will they be interrupted by another team? That's going to be a story to be told. But we are on board with KHI. They are taking on to Hartin on the northern side. So they will loot up. There are many things to loot on Hartin now. One is in the vicinity to defy them or to even disturb them at all. Meanwhile, in a boot camp itself, you might see 2 teams hit to him. M42C, who are they going up against? Could it be their bane, their double-edged sword? Could they be the disturbance?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I think it's ST Warrior Esport that they are currently farming alongside here. So it's going to be quite risky, especially when they start to come together. I think Few has just spotted one member of ST Warrior around this corner there. So M42 knows that they're now in the clutches of a massive fight here, as ST Warrior now moves to reposition themselves along the flank. Now, M42 has a lot of weaponry to actually play around with. I think Few has a QZ rifle to actually use here, which provides a decent amount of damage as well as range. Probably not as good as the 416, but then again, Few is going to have to use whatever he has at his disposal here. But it looks like it's starting to cool down to a bit of a stalemate. Plassen, even though he took a bit of damage there, doesn't seem to be enough to force him out of position. Looks like SD Roy can't really focus too hard on the farming process here. It seems like that's come to a complete standstill as well on M42 side. Dragon practically crawling on the ground here to hopefully avoid a lot of footstep sounds here, I think, in order to try to avoid drawing attention, but immediately negates that by literally running himself out the door here to hopefully draw attention, maybe. Comes around the corner. Oh, Placid almost catches him out. Dragon is able to slink around the side of the wall just in the nick of time, but Placid now moves around and tries to move towards the back of the building here, while Dragon still sets himself up in this position. Now, STY aren't really moving any other members up in front besides one other member towards the the left-hand flank, but that's going to be met by full force by Few. Dragon's going to try to wrap around the side here. He needs to try to flush out Placid. Kyler comes arown the side here. He spots Placid. He does get the knockdown and finishes him out. Kill. Dragon now moves in front there with the micro Uzi to try to take down Ryzen, who is at the far end of the building. Now, K2 Boy is in the building quite close to where Kaler is as he tries to climb around there. I think he might have spotted his leg. Kaler tries to go for some shots. He goes inside the building. He gets a knockdown to K2 Boy, and he gets the kill onto him at the same time. Only one more member here, SC Boy, to deal with, and Kaler is not going to be stopping anytime soon. He jumps in front, goes on hardcore. Dragon goes in front here to get the pressure. He gets knocked down, but wrapping around the back here is Kaler as he gets a knockdown and finishes him off with the kill. SCY Esports gets knocked down in their prime here on Sandhawk.
Yeah, STY, I will give them credit for them. I want to put down Hall. Solix managed to land onto the shot. What a good spray from Solix. That knocks down Jester, and it's gonna put Ravenclaw in a very bad position, but Kate gets knocked down and eliminated. This is going to be hard for the side of Demigod, the Glass 2Gs, as they are left with two players. They have to swim out into safety. They are bailing. They are going to give up the position. They know that it's not going to be a good fight for them. But talking about STY, it was a good fight for them. But as you say, M42, for them to keep on the position, they have to play aggressive. They have to maximize the points that they can collect, as what you said before game number 3, and they are doing that with the first elimination onto STY.
Yeah, because for them in particular, it's going to be a sprint between M42 and Pink Gold Esports for second place. So they can't afford to rest easy on some of these rounds. Every single round is going to be maximum effort from this point on. So that's just the kind of pressure that M42 has put themselves into, but it's all good and well because we're talking about second place right now in this leaderboard. That's a very confident spot here, and M42 has brute force their way into this position. So they certainly will have to work very hard to maintain it, that's for sure. So there's gonna be no surprises from that on front. Now Ravenclaw continues to chase Demigod's last two Jiz all the way through the water. I think that's a jet ski that Nord could actually make use of there. So I think Yob and Solix are going to have to swim a lot faster though, because Ravenclaw might be hot on their heels quite soon.
Oh, no.
Now Joel is going to be hitching a ride with Nord as they continue to bring the chase across the river, or, well, up onto the water though. I think it could have been a little bit more cognizant to stay in the water because Demigods were able to get all the way far off. Oh, Solix tries to jump up there to get some shots, but Nord unfortunately catches him just in time and knocks him down. Now that leaves only Yob alive though for Demigods the last two Jiz, and he's up on the coast, hiding behind a rock. Nord, I think, knows more or less where Yob is, so he looks like he's going to try to flank him around the right-hand side. So I think Yob's days might be numbered as a Molotov is going to be sent down his way. Lands right on top of him. He's going to be barbecued alive here. If Nord can just go ahead and continue his push there, I think Yob might not be long for this world. Well, Nord in the moment though, even though he's managed to get a nice little roasting onto Yop, isn't really pushing the issue here as he continues to keep an eye on Solix. Now he's going to be moving up forwards here. Yob is going to have to be ready now because the Nord's coming out the fight. That's a good shot there by Yob in order to get the knockdown onto the door, but Jester and Najola are going to be coming in strong now to get the trade. Yob tries to hold on for his last, but unfortunately that was never to come. Ravenclaw does take one down there onto Demigod, so they're going to be sent back to the lobby. 14 teams remain, and the second circle has only just about to show on the map right about now.
Yeah, at that moment I was expecting that Ravenclaw members, they were trying to reenact a scene from James Bond, you know, sitting on a jet ski, having a henchman right behind you, chasing down on the enemy. And I just feel like that moment is like, oh no, that's gonna be a hard one. But put down the whole chance, shooting down range will connect a bit, but the enemy will be able to make into the safety. But the Joel has to be a bit more careful, because the moment they are done looting up, they need to find cover, because they do see another team of demigods right out in the open, so they have to make their way into safety. Ravenclaw, they can play by the second island that is on the west coast. This is nearby the side of the big mountain on the west. So if the circle favors onto the west side, and it feels like this circle is favoring on towards the west island, this is going to be a lot more difficult for a lot of players, because there's a lot of high ground. It's a gamble when you play on the west island. There's the gamble between staying on top of the mountain or staying at the bottom, because if the circle moves towards the west, you have to go up. If the circle stays on the east coast, you have to jump down from the mountain or find the long way down. But to put that on hold again, as Pink Gold Esports, they are stuck out in the open in the blue zone, getting checked by Grims. Grims keeping the player of Pink Gold Esports in a very peculiar position. Pink Gold Esports, they have to wrap around towards the south and climb up the mountain. As Sang is in the forefront, trying to spot any player out. He will try to go for the regroup with his teammate, but nothing, no advancement from the side of Pink Gold Esports yet.
Yeah, I think Grimm's done very well to get Pink Gold completely gate kept from the the safe zone. So it looks like they're actually caught outside on the blue zone, which is actually shaping out to become really, really bad for them right about now, because I'm not sure how the health situations is for them actually, because Lancelot's already down to halfway in his health. We're talking about a very early game blue zone, so it's not that painful, but still, you don't want to be caught in there too long, especially if you're being held out of the zone there by another team. But looks like Grims are going to be peeling back here as the Blues continues to creep in around them. Now that the timer has already started for the second zone, so that's giving Pink Gold Esports a little bit of a reprieve right now. But Sang is still keeping an eye out from a distance here. I think he spots Lancelot's silhouette just over the horizon, sends some shots there to try to remind him that he's still very much in danger. But Grims, for now, can still hold in their position here, because that blue zone is not going to be creeping around them anytime soon, and it's a little bit slow, especially on a map that's as small as Sandhawk, that still provides a lot of opportunities for maneuvering around. Now, Zhao Jame, what was that kind of shot there? It looks like the Genocide team and Puma X-Led just come together, and they're starting to actually get some pickoffs onto each other. Triple F got himself knocked down for a little bit. Looks like he's going to be able to get revived, while X Auto tries to fight around the outside with Maso. It doesn't seem like either of them are going to be giving up the position anytime soon. Zhao James tries to set up a grenade out the window here. His target is going to be Super Kid, but it looks like he's going to be repositioning himself instead, as Genocide team gets himself third party by Shaw Bay, who comes in from the riverside. This is a three-way fight that's coming in right about now, as looks like Genocide are going to be peeling back here and getting to the bridge side and getting out this encounter against Puma X-Led, as Shaw Bay now moves up. It looks like they're going to be continuing to bring pressure here onto both Genocide team and Puma, so this fight is still not quite done at this point.
Yeah, as you were talking on the start of the day, the big target on the back of Genocide, and it continues on to the third game itself. Genocide just getting pincer, getting chased around by a lot of team, and Puma Excellab and Shaw Bay, they are thinking about eliminating, but Genocide, Icon and Super King managed to peel off into safety, but Shaw Bay, they are thinking on to the side of Puma Excellab. Puma Excellab, they have to defend this. This is going to be from the third island, the smallest island on Sanhok. It is on the southern region from Ruins. So this coming in from Ruins, there's a lot more loots. There's a lot of high tier loots that you can go for. It's going to be a gamble, but do take a look. Be careful on the south coast. At Nitro X is coming inbound. This is going to be a four-way highway for all four of these teams that is going to stick around. They are thinking of peeling off, but they have to be careful. The first team to peel off will be wide in the open and will be targeted by any of the team. And the onslaught is still ongoing. Shopping try to wrap around, but he has to be careful on the left side. There is one player from Puma Excellab, but Shaw Big Pig is able to wrap towards the southeast side, more towards the ruin, and they might cross country towards the inland.
Yeah, actually gaining themselves quite a far range compared to where Puma XLEP is, so that should give them easier time to get across the street, which should also allow them to potentially reposition them in a way that allows them to get the high ground in relation to Puma XLEP. So it could be potentially a big brain move here by Shaw Bay. Let's see if that actually pans out towards the end though, because we're still in the third circle. We're still very much in the middle stage here. Still got plenty of teams roaming around the map here, and we don't really see any of these one team getting a massive advantage over the other quite yet. Now it looks like Pinko has managed to find a way out here, and looks like managed to get a good knockdown there onto Chax, sorry, as he tries to crawl his way back towards Sang, hopeful to get a revive. But it seems like Grims are going to have to pull back from this position here. They may have to concede the top of the hill now to Pingo Esport, and that's going to bring a massive reversal to the fortunes here, because remember, Grims only early on was actually gatekeeping Pingo Esports from getting into the safe zone. Now it looks like the tables have completely turned as Grims now becomes the hunter. Now, I think Baby Hulk spots some people on the opposite end. Yamang actually takes a lot of damage there from the opposite side. Big Pig almost takes damage himself. No, Baby Hulk now is going to be facing pressure from the top of the hill as Pingo spams some grenades onto the top of the hill, forcing Grims now to roll their way down. Now, let's see if Grims is going to be able to join up with the rest of the squad, because the river still separates them from the other squads who are fighting across the river. So Grims still needs to try to find a way to get across here. But a blue zone now comes in and starts to engulf them as they try to make their way towards the river.
Yeah, there's only two choices for them: through the small channel or cross the bridge. This is the option. Are they gonna go for deep into the water? It's gonna be a choice for them. Grims, they have to think about their situation. They were the one that gatekeeps Pingo Esport. It looks like Pingo Esport put on the pressure onto Grims, and Grims falls back, but Grims, they are facing another one, and the circle lands on top of the mountain. This is a very, very peculiar position. It's going to be a gamble for a lot of teams, because it's going to be a gamble of, will the final few circle lands on top of the mountain, or will it be on the foot of the mountain? This is going to be the decider for the end phase of Sanhok. But most of the team, they are going to make the exfil. They are going to take a dip, as what Puma XLab is doing, taking a dip into the water, going in by M42. Kyler will be able to land this nade. They are the one who is going to put the pressure onto Pingo East, but they one to eliminate his team. They have the information because they knock one player down. They know, all right, this is the team on the third position. We have to knock them out. We have to solidify our position as the number 2 on the leaderboard and try to climb up against Genocide. But Lancelot cooking a nade. Here comes the nade. Will it hit? It will not hit. Phil will try to crawl as much as possible. Pingo is, but on the other hand, they are in a bad position. F42, they will try to put on the also KNS. Boy will be knocked down. Phil try, but he will be eliminated. But no, M42 will be knocked out, and that gives Pingo Esport an opportunity to jump up on the leaderboard. Pingo Esport just living on the edge. They got pressured by Grims. Now they got pressured by M42. They are staying alive in this round.
Boy, things are gonna be shaken up for sure. Shaken and stirred in this third round. Raftel, Jespers, Lossa, Asarov, and Meister, and looks like they're gonna try to continue to gatekeep Mita HG, who is still caught outside on a blue zone. And this is a late game, or rather a mid to late game blue zone, which can be very, very painful to stay out on. X-Boost continues to rain in some bullets onto Yong as well as Kai, and they are still attempting to try to get out of the way. Shaw finally finds a good shot there to take down X-Blues. The Freak J remains the only person for Rotel still up and alive here, and possibly trying to get a revive, but X-Blue gets eliminated before any opportunities presents itself for the Freak J. So now he's left completely alone and out on the lurch here inside the blue zone. Now, more kills are still coming in. I think Diverso Heaven has managed to get a good kill onto Ravenclaw. Genocide Squad are bringing some kills onto Grims as well. And looks like we have a gatekeep attempt here onto Puma X Lab, who are moving in from the southern side. There's Demigods Incognito, who are currently on the southern tip of this next circle, keeping Puma X Lab at bay right about now. Continue to spray a lot of bullets down, preventing Mr. Joe and Zhao Jane from being able to make any advancements towards their position. So this high ground situation right now is working out very well for Demigods Incognito. Can they continue to keep Puma X Lab under pressure?
Yeah, team side is on the mountain. This is going to be the southern tip, as you were saying. It's much more easy accessible on the this part of the hill because there's no like that drop by. Oh, Mr. Joe gets a knock. Otto trying to go for a rest. Oh, but Otto gets a knock as well, leaving us with Zhao Jimmy. But oh, Zhao Jie in a pickle, Triple F making a run for it. They have to abandon Mr. Joe and Otto. Triple F is the sole survivor. Mr. Joe eliminated. This is going to be hard. Zhao Jamie gets eliminated as well. Triple F, he's the only one surviving. How is he going to push up? This is going to be painful as the dude is going to try to chip onto his health, but BB is just gonna put on a check on Puma X Lab. Puma X Lab, can he survive? The circle move upwards more. This is more towards the cliff side, so players has to go up the hill. Demigod Incognito has to push on to Divisor Heaven, and Divisor Heaven has to be careful. But oh, there's another player coming in for a fight. Oh, this is going to be a very, very hard fight because the angles that you have to pick is going to be a very dangerous one.
And Demigods are maximizing the use of their high ground at this point, but now it's going to start to dissipate as they are nearing this final circle. They managed to get a really good quick kill onto Chance from Ravenclaw, so already they are setting themselves up to be one of the teams to beat here in this final circle. 6 more teams remain. Diverso Heaven is one of them, so is KHI. H2R is managed to make his way on top of this block here, while the rest of his team continues to stay on the lower ground. But that blue zone is already crowding around here towards this final circle, so already there's a lot of ground is starting to disappear now underneath their feet as H2R continues to rain bullets onto Demigods Incognito. Looks like gets a kill onto Kai. Might try to continue to get some more kills onto the other side there, but it looks like Demigods are stopped within their tracks. I see Wham and BB are both stuck in position there while KHI continues to take control over the top of this rock. 5 more teams remain. I think on the other end though, Beta and Zero are also crowding in onto the site at the same time. Rankit sees Diverso Heaven on the village just below where he is, so he's going to be sending a couple of grenades down to hopefully get a couple of knockdowns. In the meantime though, looks like Demigods and Cognito are getting themselves completely stopped in their tracks. Baby got himself knocked down just from the shots coming in for KHI. KHI Demigod now has to use his health kit as they are controlling what needs to be the highest point here inside this safe zone at this point. Beta Vincero is now joining in the rest of the festivities here, but unfortunately has sustained some casualties of their own. Diverso Heaven now are seeking to try to break their way out of this village here, having faced a lot of suppression coming on from the top line thanks to KHI's control over the flat rock. So Sizzy is going to be keeping an eye out from below here while the rest of Diverso sets up a bunch of smoke here to hopefully prevent any of the silhouettes from being spotted out by KHI. But look at that, it can still continue to rain a lot of bullets down. Demigod still in full health here while H2R sends a grenade down, hopefully to try to get a knockdown onto Sizzy. Looks like it might actually end up connecting if he's not too careful, but it looks like the pops do come up and it doesn't quite land exactly where H2R expects. Now the rest of Diverso were able to set themselves out right below the rocks here as the Blue Souls has a crowd around them. It's looking like a very tight situation here because this is a chicken dinner that might be determined by who stays on that cliff. H2R is right now on top here along with the rest of KHI. It looks like it's starting to crowd around here. Nice little shot there by Rankin to take down one of the members of Diverso Heaven. Can they do a little bit more than just that though? KG Grenade is going to be sent down as well. Is that going to be able to finish off Zynga? That does quite a lot of damage though to KYY. That forces Zynga to try to move out the way, but fortunately the revive does come through just in the nick of time. We still have 3 teams in the fight here. Beta Vincero not quite on screen at this point, are on the southern side of where KHI is, but KHI's intentions are still focused on the Verso. Looks like they're gonna is going to be jumping all the way down here. They're going to try to take out the Verso one full swoop, but they need to be able to hold their ground though. They take that one, they take down 2. Looks like that's going to be all of them, and it's going to be up to only one member of Beta Vincero to try to dodge his way through the smoke, but unfortunately he cannot stay out of this trouble. It was a 1v4 situation, so KHI takes away the chicken dinner on Sandhawk.
Yup, congratulations to KHI collecting their second chicken dinner, and they are sitting at the first place, followed up by Beta Vincero on the second place, Diviso Heaven third place itself, and that gives a lot of points in the mid cut. It's going to be a shake up that is indeed going to be very interesting to see, especially from the second place onwards, as we have seen how things turn around. This is going to be a real shake up, especially KHI. They are sitting at the bottom 8 itself, so they can collect some of the points and move into the top 8. And congratulations to KHI. They play it well. They play by the cliff. That was the problem about the mountainside. You have to go for a rock, paper, scissors. Will it be on top of the hill or will it be at the bottom? And the certain moves away, it forces KHI to jump down, but the numbers games was in favor for the side of KHI, and KHI capitalized every single moment. They managed to eliminate Diviso Heaven, and Diviso Heaven, I feel like the position that they had, if they play it smart, they could have just waited out a bit more, but they went out in the open. They tried to hug the wall of the rock itself, and with that move, it forces the opponent to be able to gather that information and see where they are. And let's take a look at the recap of what happened in round number 3. We started off with M42 playing strong, going up against STY. They were able to eliminate them. M42, they were tied up on the leaderboard with second and third place with Pink Gold Esport. That was a moment that was so hard for M42. They dropped to the hands of Pink Gold Esports. This is on the other hand Ravenclaw. I was expecting more for Jean's Spawn situation where they were chasing by the jet ski. This the moment that we were seeing how Ravenclaw punish the opponent, and Puma Excellent managed to gather a couple of good points, a good position, the three-way Mexican standoff that was on the bridge itself on the southern area. And we are moving into the mid phase of the whole game. M42 going up against Pingo Esport, and Pingo Esport stand tall, able to capitalize, able to fight out M42, and the circle, it starts to shrink towards the hillside, starts to shrink towards the mountainside and the cliff. And looking at the position of Demigod, they had a good position, but the moment they moved up, they got spotted out by KHI, and KHI super smart, choosing the rock, getting the high ground advantage, and they were able to capitalize every single moment and capturing the winner chicken dinner for themselves, and that will be a big leap for them in the leaderboard, Victor.
Definitely going to give them a massive boost in the chances here. So one wonders how exactly is that going to affect them in the performance, but unfortunately we're going to have to only find that out after we've taken a short break, because we've been rambling on long enough here. We're definitely going to need to take a little bit of a breather at this point here, so make sure you guys stick around here because we still have 2 more matches to go here in today's Open Finals. So make sure you guys stay tuned as we come back after these few messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Magical. We're still in Open Finals, day number 2 here for PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split 2 Asia Pacific. So after already having witnessed 3 maps being played here, 3 different chicken dinner winners for today though, does that mean that the leaderboard is going to be shaken up quite a bit? Do you think so, the Magical? Or do you think that a lot of teams are going to be staying in their usual positions here in the cards?
I feel like on the top, Genocide still holds on to the top card, but I think in the mid section, like the second and third place, definitely is going to be a changes because we have seen how M42 got eliminated. The points might be enough for Pingo Esports to jump up to the second place, but we have to take a look. I do believe we have the results and we have the updated standings, but to answer your question on the mid card, it's definitely going to be a mix around, but let's take a look at this. Genocide team holds on to the top with 124 points, not a big jump from their previous numbers, but still elite is elite. Pingo Esports, as I was saying, they will be able to capitalize this and they will be sitting at the second place by 2 points in difference with 84 points. Meanwhile, M42 C with 82 points sitting on the third seat. On the fourth place goes to Diviso Heaven with 78, slowly catching up. Puma X-Lab on the 5th with 69 points, catching up as well. Looks like the top 8 is catching up. Meteor HG with 66 points. Raven Claw Bayu Langit with 65 points on the 7th place, and KHI Esport with the second chicken dinner. They are able to enter into the top 8 with 62 points. Meanwhile, making up on the second half, it will be with Beta Win 0 with 54 points. I do believe the second placing that they have in the last round gives them enough points for them to push themselves up, getting closer towards the mid card a bit more easier. Followed by them is a place where it's being tied up by Shawbay and Raptel Jasper, tying up with 51 points. And following that, on the 12th place, Grim Chosen with 44 points. 13th place and 14th place, the 2 Demigods. His Demigod Incognito in the lead with 39 points, followed by Demigod the Glass 2Gs with 34 points. By the bottom half, there is a swap around. Nitro X finally jump up from the last spot with 18 points, but tying up with SDY Esports. Could be a switcheroo. We have to see 2 more rounds to go. It's going to be a very decided 2 rounds. We have to see from the first to third spot. Could be a major difference. Can Pingo Esports and M42 climb themselves way up to catch up with Genocide team? That's going to be a question. But meanwhile, they have to be in very of the mid cards from the 4th place onwards to the 8th, because they have a chance to catch up. This is going to be a very very tight down to the line last two games because one mishap could be a switch of position, Victor.
Things immediately stood out a lot to me here. I mean, first things first, I was very surprised that it's still very competitive between Pink Gold Esports and M42. I mean, they're separated by literally 2 points. I was actually expecting to be a lot more than just that, but it seems like M42's run really had still prioritized a lot on kills, and that's still keeping them very much contention compared to Pink Gold Esports. So that little rivalry, like I said, it's still going to be very competitive all throughout this next 2 maps, I'm afraid. Then the other thing to me is that KHI Esports, even though they managed to pick up 2 chicken dinners, they still only just entered this upper card in 8th spot. So it just tells me that it's not enough for you to pursue these chicken dinners alone. It still requires you to be very consistent in how you play round to round. You still have to be able to place yourself within a certain threshold in order to be able to maintain some competitiveness with the other teams. So KHI Esports, even though they've already picked up 2 chicken dinners, which puts them, in a very exclusive club right next to Genocide Team, they still haven't really found enough points altogether in these last 8 rounds here in order to actually put up a good enough challenge when it comes to the top teams. So for now, that pursuit might be a little bit elusive, but KHI Esports at least knows that, with every improvement they are able to make on the leaderboard means extra money that's going to be going into their coffers for sure.
Yep, definitely a bit more money. So I believe the mid card right now is not about chasing the first spot. They might be able to chase the second, third. It might be a really, really slim chance. But I think they want to improve their position. They want to improve their standings and get a bit more of the cash into their pockets. And definitely that is what is the aim that they have. They have to kill more. They have to get more placement in these last 2 rounds. We'll be going and jumping back into Erangel, this time coming from the east coast all the way towards the west, more towards the south through Quarry. So it will be flying through Mansion, School, Pochinki, a potential super hotspot. Quarry will be another one. The circle, I believe it could fall down south towards Military Farm, Pochinki, and possibility going on to Ferry as well. But we have to see the circle where they is spawned.
Yeah, the last one landed around the Georgia Paul Hospital ruins area. Remember that? So the possibility of that landing twice, for lightning to strike twice, is definitely quite low, not impossible. So yeah, I mean, it certainly would be sound to guess that that next circle is going to be ending up southwards instead. But it looks like a lot of these teams are still electing to go northwards, regardless of that. We do see Beta Benzero, Ravenclaw, Raptel jumping out and going up towards north. Zhao Jame, the Puma X Lab as well, seem to be a lot closer towards where that line is. Didn't quite catch where that circle ended then though, unfortunately, because we just bumped out to see what KHI Esport is up to here. H2R just dropping off his teammate there so they can pick up a little motorcycle by the side of the road. But yeah, at this stage, like you said, for the teams that are in the mid card, it's not going to be so much about whether or not they can chase up to the first spot. Naturally, it'll be great if they can actually make it up that far, but at this point now, it's all about just making adjustments, to their final result, seeing if they can actually gain 1 or 2 extra positions, because that's going to be worth an extra 50 Singapore dollars. That can be very, very valuable in the long run. So it's going to be a chase to see whether or not they can achieve that, but it's all about the points now. So every single point is going to matter, and you cannot afford to get knocked down like that. M42 getting themselves in a little bit of a scrap here against ST Woy. And just like many times before, SC Woy continues to be a thorn by the side of M42. So unfortunately, Michaela already being taken out. It looks like they're going to be out for blood here. SD Warrior going to continue to press his man advantage while they continue to scramble around this village, forcing M42 to be on their toes constantly. On Fire is going to be coming out on the balcony here. I think he hears some footsteps coming out, so he's going to try to make his way onto the rooftop to get a better view of the situation. And I think he might be able to spot either Dragon or Few who are in the building just across the street from where he is. ST Roy does have a little bit of a flank on the left-hand side being set up at the same time, but Placids and Shabazz aren't quite able to put the pressure enough onto range, though a grenade does come a little bit close there to actually do some damage. But for now, though, I think M42 does have a position here in order to exfil from this. They don't actually have to continue to take this fight here, but they need to be able to get some transportation in order to put some distance between themselves and ST Roy, because I think if ST Roy decides to chase them down, they could still end up taking down M42 in the process. So not quite out of the woods yet for this team. M42 continues to struggle on for their survival.
Yup, M42 just fighting for survival each time the start of a game. We always see these two teams having some bad blood, having some confrontation in the early stages, and it never fails to surprise me who will come up on top. Could it be M42 who's trying to fight for a better position on the second and third place? Meanwhile, STY trying to fight out of the bottom two. This is two teams that is just gonna duke it out every single time. Every single time we go to a different map, a different game, it will be the same two teams that's gonna fight it out. But on the other hand, at military, we do see there is gonna be Nitro. Demigod in Connector in a bit of a skirmish, but Demigod, they are making a push onto Nitro. Magma caught out. Ooh, he is able to get out, but will be spotted out by Ram, and Ram thinking about it, prepping the UMP, but okay, then can push on to Magma. Magma with the M249 will be able to eliminate one. Ram looking for revenge. Ram chasing down, not hitting with the UMP, but just hearing the shot of the M249 that the scares Ram is running, but what a play by Ram. Will be able to down Magma. BB on the other hand will be able to clean up the rest of Nitro. Nitro leaving and gone. Send back to the in the lobby as Demigod in Connector eliminate them. What a starter for the team of Demigod in Connector.
Yeah, and now we're back in action here to where M42 is. It looks like SD Boy tries to go for the jump here as Shabazz tries to go out in front very aggressively with his micro Uzi. He's going to be able to get the kill though. Yes, he does. He gets one down from M42. That's going to be Few being sent all the way back to the lobby, I'm afraid. As Dragon now tries to hold his own. He's up on the second floor. On Fire and Ryzen now has control over the first. So they wait for their teammate to try to join up with them while they continue this assault. All three of them moving up at the same time. They're going to try to spray down this one member remaining here of M42. Goes all the way up to the roof here, trying to force him to get the chase all the way up there. Plaza is going to be the one getting taken down. Ryzen has to jump all the way down here to try to continue the pursuit, but it looks like M42 has already lost their last member here. So SC Roy has finally scored an absolute victory here on Erangel.
Yup, M42, that is going to be a heartbreaker because they were just trying to maximize every single point, every single confrontation that they can. But STY, as you said, a ton at their side. Every single game, every single round is just fights after fights between these two teams. Not sure what beef that they have, but it's a beef that continues on until this round. This is just chaos between these two teams. But we have to put down whole Grims. They are looking on a behind. I do believe they hear vehicles, but it's on a very, very far distance shot. Been shot down. That's give them an information that a team is in the vicinity, and the team will be Puma X Lab. So can Grims put on the pressure onto Puma X Lab? Puma X Lab, they are quite spread out. Zhao Jim is right up in front playing the entry fragger, but Puma Excellent, the rest of the team, they are gonna stay back for a while, gathering information, give them enough information for them to start a fight and maybe start a war.
I think Zhao James' main concern is whether or not someone is perched up a lot higher up, especially in that water tower. Because if you got someone with a car 98 and an 8 times magnification scope, that's a huge swath of area that can be covered by that single water tower. So that's the only thing preventing Zhao Jane from actually making an approach. It seems like the water tower is actually quite clear, so I'm not sure why Zhao Jane isn't quite making his way up quite yet, because that could actually provide some pressure on the Grims, who are only having 2 members within the vicinity. So very easily, if Puma XLM is aware of this, they could actually overrun the position and actually score a couple of easy kills. But with Zhao James just playing very cautiously, again, it's just emblematic of the fact that, you know, we're in day number 2. This is the final few maps. You have teams that are really very skittish about taking chances like that. They really want to be able to maintain position and maintain the status quo rather than trying to go for risky plays or risky moves that could completely throw away the chances of finishing high up in the leaderboard. So let's see where the next circle is going to end up. So far, it's actually putting itself around where Rosshog and School is, but a lot of teams have already crowded around where the zone is at the moment. So I think there's still plenty of opportunity for encounters to start to form itself naturally. But XLab and the other team, they're just not having any motivation to move across.
Oh, wow,
I think we're gonna be seeing
KSI.
any action soon. I say that, but Shaw Bay are locked in a battle right now with Cage Eye and managed to get a kill onto Demigod. Managed to get a kill on the H2R as well. Now they're trying to find the kill onto Rank Kid, who is right on the other side there with the rock between himself and Danger. But smoke is going to be popped there. That's going to prevent any view from both Rankid and Tatsuya. Tatsuya tries to wrap around the smoke there to get a better shot onto where Rankid is. They're not really paying attention onto one member of Cage Eye who was still knocked down. Oh, but it managed to knock down Rankid before he's able to pull away there. Mag was able to just go ahead and blow up his buggy before he can actually exfil from the area. So KHI Esports unfortunately cut down and sent back to the lobby here. 13 teams still remain.
Yeah, just looking at how Shobe is playing, they're putting on the heat, they're putting on their serious face. But talking about the circle, it's around School and Rosa. Rosa, very well known to be the water wall of Erangel, and this is going to be very interesting. It's very classic of this circle, playing around School, playing around some part of the ruins and Rosa. This is going to be a vast open area. It can be passing into the School, but put down hoping Go Esports looking to extend their lead. They got 2 points. They eliminate some of the players. Okay, next point, you try to do a bit of looting with a smoke being pop. Ravenclaw on the other hand, they have to make exfil. They can't go up against Pink Gold Esports because the number of games is against them. Ken Aspa will be able to loot out as much as possible, get himself a pan. Can he cook up a chicken dinner for his team? Because Pink Gold Esports, for everyone to know, they are yet to have a chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, that's a surprising thing, isn't it? We're talking about a team that has been second on the leaderboard for quite a long time now, and they haven't even gotten the most coveted prize on these maps. So it just goes to show, you know, performance-wise, these guys are no slouches. You know, to be that consistent enough to rack up kills and to rack up placement points in order to stay this competitive is it's definitely demonstrative of their whole skill coming to this event. Now, with this next circle going to be coming up right now, I'm really curious to see whether it's still going to be biased northwards or southwards. That could actually end up making things quite interesting. But with the circle lands itself right on top of a whole bunch of teams, so practically half the field here, I think, don't really have to move out of position here. So this is making some of the teams a little bit more southbound, a little bit skittish, because now these guys are going to be forced to move up now. And I think Demigods are getting themselves in a little bit of a counter here with Genocide Team. And looks like Genocide Team has scored and knocked down the BB, while Wham now trying to rejoin the rest of his squad here to hopefully get a kill on the Super Kid. He jumps around the side here, quickly goes down, but unfortunately completely knocked down and taken out completely by Genocide Team. What the heck was that? Demigod Incognito sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, looks like even God's Blade as well. Genocide just did Super Kid with the face of a steel. He was able to keep his calm, waited for the enemy to come in and take them out, send them back to the lobby. What a player by Super Kid. He keeps his composure on high. What a play from the side of Genocide. A team that holds on to the top card, not to be dealt with easy, I would say.
Yeah, that's gonna be not easy from this point on. Meteor HG still has a full stack to themselves, but haven't even found a single kill so far in this map. Now, the thing is, they're camped up right next to where Beta Vincero is. So I think with this next circle going to be coming up soon, HG is going to have to decide whether they're going to be the ones gatekeeping Beta, or are they going to be gatekept by Beta instead. But looks like they spotted Raftel on the southern side. Yong tries to open fire, but doesn't quite land any good shots onto them on the distance there. But looks like Raftel is definitely going to be very alert about the fact that Mio HG is right down southwards where the position is, and no doubt Beta Vincero would have heard the shots at the same time. So I'm not sure whether Mio HG would have been cognizant to hold their fire and wait for an opportunity to shoot, or just provide some pressure. But for now, though, let's see what Diverso Heaven is up to, because they have locked in the battle with ST Void. That's going to be a bunch of knockdowns happening here, as Diverso Heaven is down to only one member, which is Kudit, who is hiding right behind the truck and completely outside of where the rest of his teammate is. Ryzen spots him on the side there, tries to go for the flank and provide some pressure on the Kudit. Kudit now takes a lot of damage from the left-hand side. Now on the right-hand side comes Shabazz in order to pull in the seal on the deal to take down Diverso Heaven. Now we're back with Meteor HG. They spotted yet another team wandering into their vicinity, and that's Puma XLM. That next circle lands itself outside of the water, so it's going to be pure land from this point onwards. Meteor HG and Beta Vincero, though, are still inside the same zone, so neither of these teams actually need to move at all. Back to you now, Uda Magical.
Yeah, no movement needed from these two teams. There is one drop box coming in between them. Who will be able to grab it? This is going to be very, very good utility, a good upgrade for either team. HG moving out the convoy. They are going up for a higher ground. Up in the open a bit. They have to be a bit more careful, but they do have 4 vehicles to play with. If it goes down to the point where it's going to be an open area, the vehicle is going to be a good structure to be used as a defense mechanism. But they have to hold on to the stronghold at Raftel. Jasper had the same idea. Genocide by the sideline. Beta with Zero looking. Cap this off. 4 teams. Open fight. This is going to be a 4-way highway once again. You see 4 teams. Meteor HG does have the high ground that will be able to look out as much as possible. They're going to play the pair game 2 and 2 strategy. But they have to be a bit more careful, because it's going to be 8 to 12 guns looking around for the team that is going to stay on the high ground. And Kai staying on the high ground. Spots a bit of action coming from the compound right in front of them. It's going to be Beta Vincero gunning down another team. coming inside Ravenclaw, driving by fast and furious. He is trying to make into safety, but Cape able to spot out Super Kid, will not land his shot. Cape trying to connect his shot, but can Super Kid go for the trade? A peekaboo by small window. Cape has the best position on top of Genocide. Genocide holding on. Shaw Bay coming from the south. They could be able to push onto Genocide. Smoke being popped. Tatsuya running in. Will be able to hide under some bridges into the safety. But Cape, he has to land the shot on the mini. Can he land it, Victor?
Oh, it's going to be very hard because Cape is using the keyhole here to his advantage because presenting such a small target there, which means that practically no one can actually fire back. The only problem is that it's not really good for certain angles for him to snipe from. So he's not, for example, going to be able to get some shots there onto the left-hand side. So he really can only focus on the Genocide team. In the meantime, though, while we were actually focusing on that fight, I did see that Shaw Bay completely eliminated Demigods the last two Jizz. So now we're already down to 10 teams here in this fourth circle. Now the fifth circle is going to be coming up very, very soon with the blue zone already crowding round. X-Auto in the meantime does get a good grenade though. So that's going to allow them to stay within the sector here and hopefully be a good factor coming in this next fight. Now the circle is going to be coming up. Look at that, landing on top of where Meter HG, where Pink Gold, Raptel, Ravenclaw are being set up at the moment. I do see Genocide team getting into a little bit of a scrap with one of the teams in green right by the eastern side. So I think a little bit of pressure is starting to form in on that side as it gets a little bit more crowded. And yeah, it's Shaw Bay right now who is starting to overrun this position here because Genocide team are literally down to 3 people here. That's Moscow, Super Kid, and Aikal. But neither of these guys are finding themselves in a good position here. They're surrounded by all ends by teams who are looking to try to take their own head. Let's see whether or not Shaw is going to be able to find a way to overcome this because Genocide is literally the only people being between them and the safe zone. So that blue zone is going to be restricting very, very soon. They're going to be coming into the final stages now, ladies and gentlemen. So this the fourth iteration of Erangel here for these 16 teams are now coming to a close.
Wow, what an open fire. Master spraying down, will not connect the shot onto play from Shaw Bay, but Shaw from the side of Vito. He will be able to land with the AWM. Behwan getting sprayed down by Audimeister. Audimeister still holds on to the angle. Can he take out Behwan Bang? Behwan Bang will be and go by the blue zone. He has to make advancement into the safety. Raptor Jasper sitting in a very comfortable position. Meter HG on the high ground, keeping all the teams in check. Grim thinking about invading the position of Meteor HG. But Raptor, here's the audio cue. That is the team of Genocide. Moscow making a push. He got dinged. He is quite low on quarter health. His teammate is coming up. Super Kid making a run to his teammate. HG Shaw trying to throw some utilities down range. Will be targeting onto Grims. Grims coming in from the back area. They will keep the players of Grim in check. Shaw lobbing some nades down, will not connect. Oh, checked! Oh my god! That will hurt him a lot. Grim, they want to come in. Oh, a shot from Shaw, bringing S-Tang down. Checks and Aki has to find a different way. If they go towards the left flank, it will finish. Genocide is thinking about the third party. Third party comes in Faye, making a push as well. They are thinking about eliminating Grim. Grim on the run. Molly comes out. That's a elimination on Checks. Aki making a run for it. They haven't spotted S-Tang. S-Tang does falling. Oh no, Faye on fire. The man is hot on the trail of Grims. Grims gets eliminated and back to the lobby. Genocide by the side. Shaw sees them. Can Shaw pick them out? He is up in the danger. Could be counter attack by Genocide. Genocide just sneaking by a bit. Needs being cooked up by Shaw. Shaw is thinking about going on to Genocide, giving the information. There is another team by the low ground. Genocide have to push up towards Meteor HG, but Meteor HG pulling and peeling back into safety, but they are peeling into Puma Excellent on the other side of the hill. This is just a pincer of teams coming in. This is the 6th phase, 7 team, 26 players still alive. Zhao Jamie still staying alive. Nades flying out. It feels like a battlefield around the map of Erangel.
Ooh, I think that Shaw Bay getting eliminated here, so this circle ain't big enough for the 6 of us right about now. 22 members still on this map here. Raptel still inside the safe zone here, still within a house and still trying to survive through the firefights. Puma Excellent find themselves a little bit caught out here and continuing to try to bring some return fire onto Meter HG, who are catching themselves right on the outside. X Auto needs to set up a smoke, but unfortunately he left himself a little bit too exposed, too long there. He does get a return kill on the Shaw though with the HG grenade, and unfortunately another shot there does eliminate the entirety of Meter HG. So now 5 teams completely remain. Puma Excellent is one of them. Genocide team is another. On the northern side, we got Raptor Jespers, Pingo Esports, as well as one more team in purple who are still fighting their way through this final circle here. Now, let's see whether or not Zhao Jing can get the jump onto Genocide team, because he does have a bit of a height advantage here. He just needs to be able to get a little bit over this hump here. Then he'll be able to spot out Super Kid as well as Ikal. But will he be able to see the first boy to catch him? Oh no, they don't. He does get a lot of damage from that grenade. Now he has to use a first aid kit. But with the blue zone already crowding around here without a successful jump onto Genocide team, this is going to be a very hard fought fight here from this point onwards. What is Pink Gold Esports up to? They managed to spot Beta Vincero, who are now desperate to try to keep their line up alive here. They managed to get a revive onto Oof. Ooh, that grenade is looking a little bit too close for comfort, but that doesn't seem to have done any much damage onto Beta Vincero's own lineup. Now Queen Sugar moves out in front. Let's get the knock on the case. Gets the knock onto another now. The rest of them are going to be collapsing onto the rest of Beta Vincero, but Beta Vincero gets himself killed because of the Molotov. That's a lot of damage done here. 4 more teams remain. Pingo Esports still has 4 of the members on their own. Puma Excellent now wandering across the grass here because they want to try to take down Pingo Esports, but it's still very much down. Look at that. Triple F moving up very far forward here. Grenade going to be sent down there to try to finish off Lancelot. Kills are going to be coming through, and Pingo Esports looks not too long for this world. Green Sugar gets taken down. Triple F gets taken off by a buggy while he tries to jump on top of it to take down Pingo Esports. Now, Puma Excellent still has 3 members, and they are one of the 3 teams still remaining in this final circle.
Yeah, with all this chaos breaking out left and right, the only team that kept quiet from Raptor Jasper, they finally jump in for the fight. They take 1 player down from the side of Genocide. Moscow, on the other hand, with his shots connecting, but Moscow, he has to run. He is by the edge. He is surviving, but no, he stopped. He tried to heal, but that was not it for him. Puma Excellent going up against Rustab Jasper. This is the last 2 teams. This is round 4. This is very important for both of the teams to mix up the meat cut. Can Puma Excellent finally get their own chicken dinner, or Raptor Jasper hunger for their final way to get their own chicken dinner? The 2 teams gonna fight it out. Raptor Jasper running out into the open, trying to get a bit more information. Odimaster on top of the roof. Zhao Jing will be able to get onto one of the vehicles, realigning their position. They are going to use the cars and the vehicles as structures, but Zhao Jing gets some spot down. It will blow up the car. It will bring down Zhao Jing. Otto, on the other hand, is going to try to fight it out. Needs connect. Blue making a push for it, and that is it. That concludes it. Raptor Jasper finally their hunger for the chicken dinner pays off and they get their own chicken dinner in round number 9. That is a game for them.
Whew, that was a very, very tight game, that's for sure. But lots of chaos towards the end. Raftail Jaspers finally finding that elusive chicken dinner that's eluded them since yesterday. And Puma XLF getting themselves up in the fray as well. I think a big winner is definitely got to be Genocide Team, because getting 3rd place here in this penultimate round does mean that they're solidifying their position here in the leaderboard, and I don't think there's going to be anything, save for a miracle, that's going to be taking them from that spot. Raftail Jaspers, though, will be celebrating this chicken dinner for sure, as that's going to give them quite a lot of leap and bounds, I expect, when we are going to be able to tabulate that leaderboard together. But still, what remains though is going to be the final map here in this open finals, and with the teams now, you know, looking towards this final round, I expect that they are probably going to be reminiscing a little bit about what final opportunities lay before them before we come to this last map of Miramar.
Yep, definitely it's going to be very down to the line. But let's take a recap on what happened in round number 4 for today. It was an early chaos between teams. Demigod Incognito went in for some fight in military. The circle pushed them up. They were able to take out one team, but on the other hand, the skirmish between STY and M42, we got a winner out of that. This time it will be it will be by STY popping up this time. M42, they might get wins out. Shelby on the other hand got some lucky catch up on a couple of kills. Pingo Esports as well managed to collect some of the points as they slowly catch up. But Super Kid, look at how confident he was holding on to that ground, just looking at the enemy coming on to them. On the other side, Diviso Heaven, I'm just a bit curious. They were being pushed by STY. Kudit was not in the right position to support his team, and that was the downfall for Diviso Heaven. Meteor HG on the other hand was playing King of the Hill for a lot of the late phase, but they got flushed out by a lot of teams because they had to keep every team in check. They were trying to keep all the team in check, and in the end, Puma XLF was the one that kept them in check and sent them back to the lobby. And the last two teams, it was Raftail Jasper and Puma XLF. There was only one outcome, and Raftail Jasper, with their hunger for that chicken dinner, finally came to their table. No more egg for them. Finally, they have their chicken on the table.
Yeah, finally done with the eggs and now with the whole chicken itself. Well, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, this day is starting to come to a little bit of a close, but hopefully you guys will be able to stick around because we have our last and final round is open finals to consider. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Guys and gals, welcome back to the ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwe the Magical. This is going to be the final match of our open finals here for PUBG Mobile Season 2, Split number 2, Asia Pacific. So as we're going to be coming to our final set of matches here, or actually our final map here I should say, because Miramar is literally the last one on this list. I've got to ask you, Uwe the Magical, who do you think has been the biggest winner so far for day 2 of this open finals?
Day 2 itself, I feel it's quite wide in the open, but I do feel like a couple of teams I want to mention off my head. M42C, I do see how Meteor HG is playing much more stronger. Going through my notes, Raptor Jasper is one of the teams, they slowly picking up the momentum, but I feel it's kind of late because we are on towards the final round. They picked up the pace in the last few rounds itself, but will it be enough? Let's take a look at the current standing itself, and maybe it is self-explanatory from the standing. Genocide team still holds on to the lead with 138 points. Pingo is sitting on the second seat with 99 points, shy away from Genocide team. It's going to be super slim for them to even try to topple Genocide team at all. But what they can do is they can try to hold on to their second slot. But this is a surprising one to see how Puma X Lab climbed themselves up to the third spot, overthrowing M42C. They are sitting at the third spot with 94 points. Meanwhile, on the fourth place, M42C with 82 points, followed by Diviso Heaven with 80 points. That makes up the top 5. Meanwhile, the 6th place goes to Meteor HG with 73 points, 1 point ahead of Reptile Jasper, even though they got the chicken dinner. But that brings them into the top 8 with 72 points, sitting at the 7th spot. And closing onto the top 8 will be Ravenclaw Banyu Langit with 66 points. That is the top 8. Meanwhile, on the second page, with the 9th place goes to KHI Esport with 2 chicken dinner. They are sitting with 63 points. Shaw Bay follow up on the 10th spot with 61 points with 1 chicken dinner in the back. Beta Vencero will be taking the 11th spot with 1 chicken dinner and 60 points in the back as well. Grim Chosen, they have 1 chicken dinner. They'll be sitting at 12th spot with 45 points, followed by the 2 Demigod team. Demigod Incognito on 13 with 43 points. Demigod The Glass 2Gs with 35 points. ST Void Esports finally picking up the pace, but it's kinda too late. They might be able to jump into the 14th spot in this final round, but they are sitting at 15th spot with 27 points. And last but not least will be Nitro X, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard with 19 points. That is what is the result. But just looking from this, 2nd to 5th place, there's a good fight 7 to 10, 11 place, I feel that's a good fight as well to swap around of position. But to put it all in the end, is the final round. We are piling up the sand, we are piling up the hill itself, and piling up every single thing we can into Miramar. This is the point where all the teams need to prove their point that they are the best of the best in Asia Pacific.
Indeed, indeed. And you know what strikes me about a leaderboard as well is that the points are so incredibly close. I think we're only seeing splits of about 2-3 points for a lot of these positions, like the battle between 2nd and 3rd place, the battle between 4th and 5th place, the battle between 6th and 7th place. Heck, even the battle for 16th place, the literal last place on the leaderboard, can still be so competitive, even coming into this final map. I mean, what an amazing couple of days it's already been for this open finals, and you know, you've got to just be thankful, grateful even for some of the great plays we've seen so far. But yet, like all things, you know, all good things, eventually everything has to come to an end. So this final round here in Miramar, you know, I'm expecting on the one hand for, you know, plenty of teams to play aggressively, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised if the early game ends up becoming a very long and drawn out affair, because you know, given that how close and competitive the points are for a lot of these teams, you think that some of these teams will be thinking twice about every single move they're going to be making here, because one misstep in the wrong direction, you know, a little bit too much outside here or there, that's going to be the difference between life or death, and the difference between an extra 50 Singapore dollars or not, you know. So those are the kind of risks that the teams are going to have to play with, you know, coming into this final map. But boy oh boy, you know, the setup coming into this has just been nothing short of amazing. Kudos especially to Genocide team, you know, kind of left them on the wayside simply because of how dominant they've been through so far in this open finals. But man, taking the chicken dinner on the first day and then taking the chicken dinner as well on the second day, these boys know exactly what it takes, you know, to actually dominate the entirety of the leaderboard, and setting the bar that high essentially meant that, you know, the whole round, or rather whole day, we've just been seeing other teams trying to chase towards that benchmark, but unfortunately falling a little bit short, you know. So I think Genocide team, safe to say, should be pretty secure in that in this final round here, you know. I don't see, even if they get eliminated early on, I think they have enough of a buffer potentially to stave off any of the other teams who are going to be challenging them for the top of the leaderboard. So I mean, to that end, I mean, I would still say congratulations anyway, because Genocide team, no matter how you cut it, seems to be the biggest winner, I would say, out of the entirety of these 2 days of this open finals.
Yep, totally agree with you that Genocide team, they put on the heat in PUBG Mobile. They are sitting on top, very, very dominant, and they are putting on a fight for every single team, not only by winning, but by in the sense of killing as well. And the amount of kill points that they rack up is just so amazing to see how professional they are with the shot, the aim itself, the spray pattern that they have, how they attack the enemy, and the confidence that they have. But they still have one more round to go. It will be in Miramar. But talking about Miramar, we have seen a lot of open fights. We have seen a couple of hill fights. But could we see the return of the trend? Each time, Victor, we have over the times, and we have seen the last fight always end in San Martin, in the whole city area. Could we see the same thing again this time in season 2? Could the Circle God give us San Martin once again?
I mean, again, anything can be possible, you know. So I guess if you ask for it enough times, perhaps the gods will be just a little bit kinder one of these days. But you know, that that would certainly make for a very interesting final battle, that's for sure. I mean, having the final circle land in such an urban spot with the amount of verticality means that just too many pockets for you to hide inside. It's going to be possible to flush anyone out definitively. So I don't know, it'll definitely be interesting if it does happen, but more than likely we're going to be seeing that circle land somewhere out in the open, as is tradition in Miramar. But nevertheless, while I ramble on, the teams are already dropping in onto their final resting spots here in the very, very dangerous dunes here out in Miramar. This is going to be match number 5, the final round for today. This will determine it all for this open finals.
Yeah, the final round for today. Can the circle land in an urban area for the final one? We have to see where the circle starts, where could it be. But most of the team, they are landing quite spread out, as you said. They are playing much more safer because this is the last chance, their last golden tickets. But KHI spotted genocide. This is going to be one for the count. KHI ranked it. He's trying to knock one out in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Super Kid.
Super Kid falling practically to his death, I think, because Rankid did really do a number onto him. That is literally the advantage of jumping out a little bit earlier, my friend. You get to shoot some of those guys who jumped out a little bit late, and you might even catch them before they even touch the ground. So, well, Rankid unfortunately didn't quite confirm the kill there, so I think Super Kid can still continue to fight for another day here, or at least continue to fight for today. But more action up ahead here for M42. The troubles continue for them as SD Void literally drops right on top of them, and now are actually finding some revenge here because it looks like they managed to lose one of their members. On Fire is sent back to the lobby, and it looks like the rest of SD Void are looking to try to thin out the herd of M42 at the same time.
Yeah, in Picado, the really cowboy town of Miramar, SD Void try to eliminate one. They will be able to take down Rage. Can they go for more? Shibas is still up. Ryzen going for the chase. Shibas is making a push. Ryzen needs to heal up, needs to swap out another armor just in case he gets push. But M42 sitting in a very bad position. Same goes to SD Void, but I feel like SD Void has a better spread out. They are able to gank onto M42 because M42, they are stuck in the middle. Exfil might be a bit harder for them. They might be able to run Ace into the open, but it's going to be a gamble for them. SD Void, can they make it? Ryzen pops a couple of bandages. They might be thinking to go for a push. Shibas will go out in the open, pops an energy drink before 10 so that he get the extra boost to run in and go in gun blazing in the cowboy town of Picado.
It's literally the wild west out here, isn't it? But M42 still has 4 members up and alive, so whatever fight or route that SD Void decides to take, they're gonna have to be careful with every step that they thread. So Plassen does pick up some extra weaponry around the outside. That looks like a really nice M16 for him to make use of here. Hopefully he does have some good attachments to go along with it. The only thing he's a little bit lacking on is health kits. I'm not too sure what is SD Void's health kit situation. Oh, that's a good catch though. Few unfortunately left its legs a little bit too exposed by the windowsill. So Plassen got an easy knockdown out there. So that's already putting M42 in a lot of pressure here because they've lost one man. There's no way for them to try to get there without exposing themselves to too much trouble, and Plassen knows this. So now he tries to set up for the ambush. He tries to go for some shots. He tries to find one of his members, Dragon, that possibly might get himself caught out here. Dragon goes up to the top floor. He's got to watch out though because Plassen still is in the
no.
position. He gets
Oh,
knocked down to
wow.
Kyler, so it looks like they wouldn't be able to flank him from that side. Dragon tries to
Clutch.
bring the pressure onto Plaza, but Plaza can continue to stay prone while Dragon tries to get close to Few to hopefully get a revive onto him. Plaza now has to keep low to the ground here. He cannot afford to keep himself exposed
no.
while the rest of his team is not able to come in position here to support him. But in the meantime, though, looks like Range has got caught on the outside, so it looks like they will continue that fight while we watch KHI continue to fight against Demigods the last two Jizz. Demigods has caught themselves inside one of his villages here, but H2R can still shoot them from this distance and actually did a little bit of damage onto Yob.
Yeah, KHI has to be a bit more careful. The muscle coming in from the south side. They are pushing onto Demigod. Pretty hard, but we have to go back onto SDY. Can they bring down M2042? And M42 is eliminated. Sent back to the lobby. Goodbye, says STY. Back to back, STY eliminates M42. What a play from SDY. They are fighting out from the bottom. They are really fighting for survival. Meanwhile, KHI, on the other hand, they are thinking about the onslaught onto Demigod. The Glass 2Gs, Demigod is going to be stuck in a very bad position because you see the players of KHI surrounding them. It feels like a pack of wolves just sniffing out on their prey. Sees what they are firing down. Can they bring down Solix? Solix goes back into the cover of the structure. H2R is feeding the whole team information. Where is the player? Oh, Hades get some ding. They only had 3 players on side of KHI. Demigod, the Glass 2Gs, has 4 players, but they felt like they are going up a battalion of players with this position from KHI.
Yeah, they're surrounding them from the south, they're surrounding them from the eastern side. All need is someone from the northern side and the western side, and they got them surrounded on all 4 corners. But Demigods are literally trapped within their own village here. As Demigod off KHI's own team here. So let's not be a little bit confused as we continue to watch this little fight. Demigod continues to try to send some shots towards the eastern side. That's actually exposing a position that's allowing KHI's Demigod to slowly crawl his way up forwards. There's not a lot of cover between him and the rest of Demigods the last 2 Jizz, so he's got to be very careful about how he makes this approach. Damaso is going to drink up a little bit here, get an extra boost because he's going to need every last bit of it in order to continue this fight against Solix and Moon. Now, the thing is that Solix is very much dug into position. Moon is able to stay prone and is keeping an eye onto KHI Demigod on the southern side. So Damaso doesn't really have an open angle to try to give pressure onto Demigod, and that's making this firefight situation a little bit bad actually for KHI Esports. So either they're gonna have to need to get a little bit of support, some other angles to provide a bit of pressure onto Demigods to prevent them from being able to maneuver around, or KHI has to cancel this assault and try to rethink this from another approach.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at this situation, what do you do for the side of Demigod, the Glass 2Gs? Because how do you expel from this onslaught from KHI? But at the same time, KHI has to be careful of third party because if gets surrounded, that's going to be hard for it. But oh, ooh, he is thinking about it. This on the side of Demigod Incognito. K2K Savage will be knocked down by Rio. Rio will finish him off. Sure will be targeted next, but Rio will be brought down. This is gonna be Hachi. On the other hand, is trying to push on. This is going to be the circle. It is dropping to Los Leones. I feel like the circle god is answering us. We might be able to see it onto Los Leones, but you have to put that on hold. Demigod Incognito still have an onslaught to go against Nitro. Nitro fighting for survival. Demigod Incognito as well. Molly being tossed out. Ram trying to push in as well. But Baby, oh, so far away. He is the last. So survival, can he push on? But Diviso Heaven has made their mark coming in from the west. Oh no!
Oh no! Whoa! That grenade's going a little bit too wild. Baby is going to be forced to move forward here, so he goes out, guns blazing. Unfortunately, he takes a lot of damage from the other side because Kudit is able to pick him off just like that. The Viso Heaven survives yet another onslaught, so it looks like they will be able to stay on the northern side a little bit longer from this point on. How are things looking for some of our other teams, though? Demigod's the last two Jiz seems to be still alive, despite the fact that KHI is constantly hounding them for the last God knows how long. So Demigod Solix now is going to keep an eye out as KHI now being backed up by H2R, who is joining them in this fight. So that's going to be the full force of KHI against the full lineup of Demigod's last two Jiz. That's a good knockdown into Dumso, though. So it's actually a 4v2 situation, and looks like Demigods is going to try to capitalize on that as much as they can. Shaw, Big Pig, in the meantime, is locked in a little bit of a battle here with Grims, as Demigods are able to take down one member of KHI. So Demigod for KHI is already taken down. Damaso is still on the ground. Is going to get eliminated there by Yob, who moves up in front here to try to finish him off with a frying pan. Actually tried to toss it there, didn't quite land though. So unfortunately, he has to come outside to finish him off the good old-fashioned way. Damaso is going to get taken down. H2R is still outside and still inside the smoke. Yob knows this. He's going to move up in front, but Solix beats him to the punch to take down H2R. So with that said and done, KHI Esports is the next team to fall.
Yeah, KHI tried their best, but that was a moment that was gonna be a highlight for me. No matter who wins, if that pan lands, I'll say that was the win for today. Just imagine getting out by a pan. But to put that on hold, as Shaw Bay, they are in a scrimmage against Grims. Grims putting on the fight. Oh, Tatsuya will be able to take out Sang, but at the same time, the remaining of Shaw Bay will be able to shut down players from the side of Grims. Tatsuya has popped the smoke. He is in danger. Gim Kayo will be able to wrap around by checks at the back line, carrying the tower. Kayo will spray down, takes one takes out the second one. Baby House stay alive behind the far ridges. The side of Shaw Bay is staying strong. Bay1 Bang needs to heal up. Meanwhile, for the side of Grim, they might want to exfil and peel off from this confrontation because they are not looking too well. Not good at all at this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Grims can still dig themselves in that cliff side, and that's still providing them quite a bit of a high ground. Only saving grace for them, I suppose, is the fact that the Grims is down to only 2 members now, so that's the only thing that they have going for them. Shaw Bay can still continue to stay in position, and he will still have a bigger fighting force than whatever Grims can field at this point. 12 teams still remaining now. We're entering the 3rd circle, and things are starting to come together as most of these teams are starting to crowd around each other, making things a little bit too close for comfort. The one bang of Shaw Bay currently are set up in a decent position here, having their vehicles in place. However, a little bit of an intrusion is coming in from Grims. I think that could have been elimination there on Grims, on at least one of their members, because I still see 12 teams still alive, so Grims is still around, the last member that is, but whoever that last member is, it's gotten a lot harder from this point onwards, because he's gonna have to solo against a whole bunch of full squads, one of which is going to be Shaw Bay, who are out on the move to try to see if they can find some additional kills to add to their tally, because it doesn't seem like 3 is enough for our boys over here.
Yeah, Shaw Bay will try to look for more. I feel like the teammates of Bay1 Bang feels like, I think you have enough of driving around. We'll drive you around. But put that on hold. Genocide might be having a confrontation with Pink Gold Esports. Pink Gold Esports trying to solidify themselves on the 2nd seed. Can they make for the push? Can they eliminate Genocide Esports and get that 4 kill points that they need to push on to their position? It's going to be fairly interesting because it's going to be an uphill battle for the side of Pink Gold Esports. Genocide team, on the other hand, they have the high ground. They can play the stronghold. Just hold on to the structure. Might be able to get as much information as they can. But Super Kid trying his best to climb on top of the rooftop and join his fellow teammate Aika, but I think he gave up halfway. Puma XLab, on the other hand, is still keeping players in check, whoever that is in Los Leonas. And it do feel like after Jasper, they are stuck. They are at the edge of the circle, but they have to be careful. Ooh,
Oh,
that's a good shot for Vixel.
I mean, good shot. I mean, it did land, but I don't think it did too much damage though. So Pixel nevertheless will have to reposition himself. Look at that circle landing itself right over La Belan. So that's actually making things very crowded. Like I said, southwards is where most of the action seems to be though. That's where Puma X Lab, Ravenclaw, Bangyu Langit, Beta, Pincero, and Shaw Bay, they're moving in onto the circle now, and they're starting to actually get around towards the borders of the zone. Puma X Celeb are clearing out this house, which is actually completely empty. I'm not too sure why they decided they needed to send a grenade through its doors, but I suppose it's better safe than sorry for a lot of this situations here. So pre-firing their way through some of these rooms even is triple F. That's how paranoid Puma X Celeb is at this point, because, you know, we're part of the last 11 teams now in this final map, so you don't want a single misstep here to cost you and your team an opportunity to gain some positions here on the leaderboard.
Yep, every single team will try their best to hold on to the points that they have, collect more points, maximize every single effort. As you say, Victor Cax, throughout the whole day, every team wants the best out of the best, but we do see some fights coming in. Puma X Lab yet to figure out where is the shot coming from. Could it be uphill, could it be on the other side of the hill itself? Zhao Jim trying to figure that out. He does hear the shot, but where is it coming from? He is not sure. Just need to pick a bit more, and he might be able to spot out Raven, especially Jester that is out in the open. Najol as well is out in the open. But on the other side, Beta, when Zero is going up against Nitro, Magma got knocked down. Jester hears out, and the fire and onslaught coming in from the side of Raven will be able to keep the players from Puma XLab in check. Vixel will be knocked down. It will be an easy rest for Otto, but have to bear in mind, Astaroth, the free there from the side of
Raven's moving up.
It's coming in. Raven, as you see, is going in. They are pushing the fight. Oh, Jester, good aim. You'll be able to take down Triple F. Not thinking of how to confront this. Spot out one player. Also will be ding a bit, but still healthy from the side of Puma X Lab. Vixel cooking up a nade. He will toss out, will not connect, but that will confirm the kill. Will knock another player as well. Ravenclaw, another knock coming in. Vixel, he is just on point with all the nades. Can he get another one? If he gets Jester, it will be all over for the side of Ravenclaw. Looks like Puma X Lab have a frag Meister, have a frag grenade champ itself, and they spot out Najor. Another nade comes in. Jester round the rosy, he will be taken down by Otto, and another team bites the dust in the dusty dunes of Mirama.
Yeah, we have seen Shaw Bay getting to an encounter as well against the Visceral Heaven. Seems like Mang bit a little bit more to kick Chew. Unfortunately, he gets peppered with shots coming in from the northern side. Tatsuya couldn't even support his own teammate there, as Mang now is going to be unfortunately left out on the ledge and completely gets taken down. So much for that. Looks like Shaw Bay is down to only Tatsuya to try to carry their hopes but he's finding himself in a very, very lonely position out here in this desert because right next to him is one full team. Down the range there is Beta Vincero, and he is nowhere near where the safe zone is going to be. So that blue zone is going to be coming over him like a tsunami very, very soon. Grenades are still coming in onto Tatsuya because it seems that the Verso Heaven is not quite content yet, knowing that they haven't quite gotten the full elimination onto Shaw Bay. In the meantime, Pink Gold Esports are trying to solidify the position on the northern side, but they have Genocide Team to try to contend with here. Lancelot tries to send some shots down to try to keep Zuenzi at bay, but it seems like he's going to have to regroup with the rest of Pink Gold Esports, who are backed up and are headed towards where the safe zone exactly is. Taylor B is going to be setting up in the northern side here. We're going to try to gatekeep the rest of the teams that are going to be coming in from the other end, but it looks like Genocide Team are able to set up base within the safe zone, so Pink Gold Esports are going to have a lot to contend with here because they're up against the number one on the leaderboard. Puma XLM, what are they up to? They are coming in very, very strong on the southern side, but they're going to have to go into the firefight now against Beta HG as well as Beta Vincero at the same time. Zhao Jane gets a very good spray there that could pretty much finish off the rest of Beta if he can just land those shots. Looks like he does take down both Flint and Ooh, but it's still one more member of Beta Vincero that's keeping the hopes alive a little bit. So Zhao Jane changes his attention to the other end. It looks like the final member of Beta Vincero finally got taken down, so that's going to be out for the count for Beta Vincero. 6 more teams still remain. Pink Gold Esports is one of them.
Yeah, Pingo Esports sitting at the edge. Same goes to Puma Excellent, making a push for it. Raftel Jasper sitting in the middle of the whole circle. 6 team in the game, 19 players. We do see how painful is Puma Excellent. Managed to get 8 kills in the back, but they might be able to spot out Raftel Jasper. Can they have their revenge? They will try to disable the buggy, but Nate's coming in, also making a push. They will try to build a structure out of the vehicles itself, but the circle just shrink on their left. It is just going to be genocide. Meanwhile, Pink Gold Esports is making a push. Demigod, the class 2 G's got eliminated. We are down to the 4 teams. Raftel Jasper, Pink Gold Esports, Genocide, and Puma X Lab. Who will be able to clutch this? Genocide just need to survive, win or lose from this point. They might be as well called the champion. Can they get the chicken dinner? We have to say, will they be denied by the other 3 teams? This is going to be hard for them, but they have the advantage. But they have to make move into the safe zone that is infested by Raftel Jasper and Puma Excellent. Aikal has to be careful. He has information on the right side that, there is a team. Could be one of the surviving team. But how many is there? That is going to be a question. Aikal try to spot up, but no! The nade comes in. Moscow calling for reinforcement. Here he comes, but no! Oh my god, Moscow! He himself in danger. He himself needs reinforcement. They lost Puma Excellent. Triple F lands another nade. They might as well be the nade kings because the nade game is strong. Can they knock Audi Meister? Audi Meister knocks down Puma Excellent, still healthy. This is the Puma Excellent that we have seen in Season 1. They are on fire. They are fighting back. They want to solidify themselves, at least on the 2nd place. Pink Gold Esports making a push onto Genocide. Genocide, Moscow, feel it. Really lucky this time, but will be able to heal out Super Kid. Get knocked out by the vehicle explosion. Pingo making a push. 3 teams left. There is going to be Pingo Esports, Puma Excellent, Raftel Jasper playing the same strategy again, but Triple F does have the AWM in hand. He will be able to try to snipe out any enemies. Pingo has a high ground advantage, but Jamie taking the chance, taking the risk. They are going out in the blue, so get a buggy. Try to reposition himself. Lancelot has the high ground. He sees the whole valley. Vehicle explosion. Reptile Jasper doesn't look good at that situation. Puma Excellent playing the low ground as well. It's going to be high ground. Pingo Esport. Low ground Puma Excellent, who will be able to get this chicken dinner. Triple F get some dings onto him. KNS Sport trying to go for the kill. He will go and shoot down some bullets. Will not connect. Smokes comes out. Immediate carpet of smokes grenade coming out. Pingo Esport will not be able to get onto Puma Excellent.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard from this point on, but Pingo are literally fighting for second place in the leaderboard here against Puma Excellent, who I feel could be the dark horse in this current final battle. The Freak J tries to get himself into the mix though. Astaroth gets a little bit of damage done onto Puma Excellent, that's forcing them to try to respond back. A lot of grenades being sent his way, but it's not going to be enough to try to knock him down. Pingo Esports are going to be moving up ahead, using the car as cover right now as they try to get a good position to fire down onto Puma Excellent, who still has a 4 stack in this situation. Now Raptor is going to be laying a little bit silent. Zhao Jie is going to get taken down and taken out of this game here by Astaroth. YORB is going to try to use the cover of smoke to continue to get pressure onto Puma Excellent, but he needs to join up onto where Sugar is because Queen Sugar is down and actually needs to revive. KNS Boy continues to spray down. That's actually really good landing on the X auto, but unfortunately that brought a lot of attention onto himself, and that unfortunately forces him down onto the ground. Sir Lancelot is going to try to set up some additional smokes here to cover up the rest of his team, but it's now down to him and Toyorbi to continue to push on for Pink Gold Esports. Puma Excellent still has 3 members. Raptail Jespers has 2. So you tell me who's going to be able to come out on top of this. I got my money on Puma Excellent, that's for sure, because Triple F is moving very rapidly to his side. That's what's going to catch him first though. He's going to get taken down and taken out completely. Puma Excellent in one fell swoop gets himself taken down, and now I've got my foot completely inside my mouth. Astaroth is going to try to move around using the cliffside as cover. Lancelot sends a grenade down to take down Ladrique J. That's going to be good enough for the elimination. Now Lancelot's going to come around the side of the mountain, gets the shot down onto Astaroth. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Pink Gold Esports finally gets the last chicken dinner, and now I've got to go and finish this foot that's I've gotten lodged completely inside my jaw.
No, Pingo Esport managed to clutch it out. They had the high ground. They played Star Wars multiple times at home, and they learned the lesson. The high ground wins the game, and they are able to cap the winner chicken dinner for themselves, followed up by Reptile Jasper. They tried their best to get their second chicken dinner, but I'm not sure what can they do with the points. Are they able to hold on to the top 8? This is going to be a really, really interesting standing after this round. And Puma Excellent, they tried their best, but congratulations to Pink Gold Esport. 9 rounds without chicken dinner. They clutch it in every single moment. They held out as much as they can to the second spot. Can they hold it on? And the last round, they finally end it with a bang, and they end it with their own chicken dinner. Finally, they have their own chicken dinner in the back. They should be lifting their heads up and be proud, because after 10 rounds, they finally get their own chicken dinner.
Yep, that's gonna be a nice tasty roasted chicken, maybe? Or do you prefer steamed chicken for dinner? What do you think? I mean, the choice is definitely theirs to go with because, come to think of it, Pink Gold Esports spent most of this entirety of the open finals, getting that second position entirely on the merit of their strengths, being able to finish very high up in a lot of these maps, even though they weren't able to quite get the chicken dinners those times, but that combined with the number of kills they were able to take definitely was enough to keep them in second place for a very long time. Let's go ahead and have a look at the highlights now and see if we can kind of break down some of these fights that we enjoyed all throughout Miramar.
We started off with I'll call this the El Clasico between these two teams, ST Void and M42. Every single round, there's only one round that we have not seen them fight. It was the Miramar of today, the 7th round. They haven't met up against each other, but every single round, ST Boy and M42, they always met up against each other. I think they have a very, very bad beef, but ST Boy popping off in the late phase, that's a good fight for them. Enough for them to get out of 15? Maybe we have to wait for the points. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw on the other hand got outplayed by Puma X Lab. Puma X Lab, this time they were really gunning for the chicken dinner. They really wanted their own chicken dinner. They got at least 10 kills in the bag for themselves. I'm not sure how much points will that give them plus the placement point. Pink Gold on the other hand, they play it on perfection, on top of the high ground. They're able to dictate, they're able to look out for every single movement on any opponents in the field, and they were able to capture the chicken dinner that they needed, that we have been talking for the past two. They get their own chicken dinner and they end it with their own one, and I'm pretty happy that they did finally get their own chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think that more than anything else is probably going to solidify the position in number 2, but I'm going to be very curious to see how a lot of the other teams are stacked up. I mean, M42 probably had the biggest fall from grace because I think at one point they were second ahead of Pink Gold Esports, and I think now they're probably looking at either a 4th place or 5th place finish if they're lucky. But you know, other teams like Puma X Lab, I really want to see where they end up in this leaderboard here because they've worked so hard throughout these last 2 days. It's only day number 2 that things started to come together now for Puma X Lab. It would have been nice if they actually picked up that last chicken dinner, but you know, the situation really didn't favor them that time, you know, and unfortunately Astaroth getting a last minute kill there really sealed the deal, unfortunately, for Puma X Lab. So yeah, this is going to be a really interesting time while we wait for those scores to be tabulated here. Again, I think like some of the bigger winners here certainly are some of the lower card teams, you know, to be able to break themselves into this top 8 here. So yeah, let's see how things are going to shape up from that point onwards.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the standings is ready. The result is in. The chicken are cooked and it will be distributed. Genocide team stands tall with 2 chicken dinner with 149 points, 59 kill points. That solidified them as the champion. Second place goes to Pink Gold Esports with 1 chicken dinner. They are finally getting their own chicken dinner with 63 kills. That's the highest kills in 23 points. On the third place will be Puma X Lab. That jumps them up into the third place. 60 kill points, 114 points. Number 4th place will go to Reptile Jasper with 1 chicken dinner, 44 kills, 93 points. 5th place goes to Divisor Heaven with 31 kill points with 85 points in the back. On the 6th place will be M42C. Even though they fall quite early for the past 2 rounds, they managed to hold on to the top 8. They sit in the 6th place with 1 chicken dinner, 49 kill points, 84 points for them. On the 7th, Meteor H is the team from Malaysia. Managed to clinch the 7th place with 27 kills, 74 points. Shaw Bay made it to the top 8 with 1 chicken dinner, 45 kills, 72 points. And the bottom 8 on the 9th place, Ravenclaw Banyu Langit with 34 kills, 68 points, 3 points ahead of Beta Win Zero that has 1 chicken dinner, 22 kills with 65 points. KHI Esports, even though with 2 chicken dinner, it was not good enough for them as they only bagged 63 points with 26 kills following up after KHI Esports will be Grim chosen with 1 chicken dinner, 13 kills and 46 points, tying up with Demigod the Glass 2Gs the same points, but kill points it was on different as Demigod the Glass 2Gs had 25, but they sit at 13th place due to the chicken dinner itself. On the 14th place, Demigod Incognito with 22 kills, 45 points, just 1 point shy away with Demigod the Glass 2Gs, and making on the bottom 2, ST Void Esports with 25 kills, 32 points, and Nitro X with 17 kills and 23 points. That is the conclusion of all 10 rounds. Victor, what do you think about the standing?
Wow, it's very incredibly close, like the score line, I have to say, at the end of it. You know, we're not really seeing the situation where, you know, one team runs away with a lead and none of the other teams are able to catch up. You know, I feel that if there were actually a few more additional rounds, we could potentially see another team actually compete against Genocide team for the lead. So, yeah, I think it was super, like, unfortunate for Puma Excellent that they weren't able to get the chicken dinner last round. I think if they managed to do that, we could have saw them take second place here, but then again, you know, still credit where it's due. Pingle Esports has been so consistent and so good throughout the entirety of these last 2 days of the Open Finals. So taking that second place was definitely well deserved. Raftel Jespers, you know, I've been hyping them up a little bit actually since yesterday. That's only because the performance through the split. I'm glad to see they finally finished themselves in the 4th position here. So yeah, that's I think a really satisfying result to see here. It's good to see that the field is still very tight and competitive. I just really wish there was a few additional rounds because I felt that may be able to change a few of these results. But I digress. Out of all these open finals here, this has been a really good one.
Yup, definitely a good one. I do agree with you. Maybe a couple more rounds. Maybe we get an introduction of Vikendi. Just saying maybe, but it might be a far-fetched, but I felt like all great things has to come to end. And I guess this is the last time we will say goodbye. I'm Uwu the Magical, and that as we will be signing off as PUBG Mobile claims a champion. Congratulations, I'll say, to Genocide team once again to clinging on top. And with that, we'll say our goodbye. We will have our chicken dinner, and we will see you guys next time.
Ciao.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.